Yeah, we are in the place to be.
5 months ago, in January, while many of us were preoccupied with exams, word about the virus started to spread. It was having its victims in Asia, but here in Europe, it was not much more than something you read about on the internet. 4 months ago, in February then, the virus became more and more of a topic of conversation in Europe. Some voices started to sound concerned. My friends, my fellow students and I, however, we didn't let it worry us. Why would we, European students, in general relatively young, relatively healthy, and with good access to healthcare, be worried about some virus? Something like that would never affect our lives, right? Turns out we were wrong. I remember very distinctly at the end of February, I came home from an event and I heard that some of my Italian friends had to hurry to get home before the lockdown in Italy started. And after Italy, many countries followed. Traveling became impossible, international and local events had to be cancelled, universities had to move all of their classes online, and even something simple like meeting your friends was no longer possible. Our lives had changed drastically, and no one knew for how long it would last. Today, it has been more than 3 months since the World Health Organization declared the pandemic. Still, our lives are nowhere near what they were like before the pandemic started. Some of us have lost people. Some of us are afraid to visit our grandparents. We spend most of our lives in isolation. We miss our friends and we miss our freedom. Personally, I haven't been able to hug any of my friends since the beginning of this whole pandemic. My friends actually still owe me a birthday party. The strange situation that we are in today really makes the wonderful things that come out of it even more special. The silver lining to this pandemic is the resourcefulness that our international community has showed when faced with the cancellation of events. And it is the dedication of all these young people to deliver development opportunities for others in times of isolation. Initiatives like this Best Virtual Summit really show the adaptability and the flexibility, to say it with one of Best's values, of young people in times of crisis. This event encourages everyone, and young people in particular, to really think about what we find important and to think about how we can achieve what we find important. We hope that this Best Virtual Summit can help you to discover how our reality has changed. And most of all, that it can help you to discover what the opportunities lie in front of us. I would like to conclude this very small welcome by formally welcoming all of you to the first ever Best Virtual Summit. It is truly inspiring to see what our volunteers have realized in this short time period. And I believe that you will have a great time discovering what we have in store for you. I will now ask Senator Patricia Meusen, our president, to take the virtual floor to tell us about what BEST has achieved during this pandemic, and also about the environment in which this event came to be. Senna, could you please tell us more about what BEST has been doing the last months?
Thank you, Johannes. Hi, everyone. I am Senna, current president of BEST. In BEST, we value flexibility. We believe that everyone, especially young people, need to be willing and able to adapt to change in our environment. Over the past years, we have seen such changes in social, political, economic, and natural environment all happening faster and faster. So much has changed in the past few decades that not all of our systems could keep up. This prompted young people all around the world to start stepping up, to take action, to prepare themselves for our shared future. There's been a massive and a beautiful rise in youth engagement in all aspects of society, going from creating our own opportunities to exchange ideas, to collaborating with industry and educators for improved curricula, to advocating for solutions to global issues such as gender or racial inequality and climate change. Youth all over the world decided to take charge of their own future. In many ways, this was actually going quite well. More and more young people gained the voice and, more importantly, gained a seat around the table as industry, institutions, and governments became more and more inclined and welcoming for dialogue with young people. Many have even been actively supporting youth causes, as can be seen by the many fantastic speakers that we're having in this summit. With this ever-changing world, obviously came ever-changing challenges. However, when it came to youth engagement, things seemed to be going in the right direction. Then 2020 started. It seemed like the world was telling us, you thought everything was changing fast, I'll show you fast. And our whole society came to a grinding halt amidst the COVID-19 situation. The situation seemed quite bleak and no one really knew what to do. I was actually attending a conference, the European Association Summit, in March, one day before the World Health Organization announced a pandemic. And even though this summit was supposed to focus all on change management and the need for change, I don't think anyone expected this need to be so crucial. And it was very clear that everyone was kind of lost. However, after the initial shock, one thing became very clear. This would be the greatest test that our generation has faced in the terms of flexibility and the capacity and willingness to adapt to change. So far, I do think we're passing the test. Seeing what the volunteers of BEST have been achieving over the past months has made me be as proud as ever of the organization that I am part of. The first big obstacle we all had to face was the isolation. We in BEST, we rely a lot on our live meetings to work, to develop ourselves, and to interact with different cultures and with different people. When this became impossible, within days, our training community set up so-called Tigro Quarantine, which was a set of training sessions that took place online. Within a month, 75 trainers provided training sessions, over 120 training sessions to almost 500 participants, still covering Bestie's needs for extracurricular development. To combat social isolation, a dedicated team led by one of the international bodies set up a whole new online platform for social interaction where hundreds of besties spend hours playing games, chatting, and joking around, still sticking together during these challenging times. While the pandemic kept lasting longer and longer, we kept adapting. We started finding ways to not just cover our own personal needs, but also to continue working for the purpose of the organization and for the interest of young people in the field of STEM. We fully transferred first our online working online, starting with regional meetings and our General Assembly, where we usually reflect on our activities and think about our future. They took place through hundreds of Zoom meetings in the whole months of April and May, where we still had at least as much interest and engagement as usual. Then a team started working on new formats for our BEST courses, so they can still take place in summer or after summer, either in online formats or in local, more safe environments. On top of that, people have been working on online competitions, on online career opportunities, all types of online replacements for the things we've been doing. All over the network, we adapted. This happened starting from individuals starting discussions to full local groups creating new services to where we are right now, to the BEST Virtual Summit, where hundreds of students will be interacting with dozens of leaders in industry and institutions and other associations. When I started my term as president 1 year ago, I thought this is going to be challenging and that BEST would need to evolve in the current society. When 4 months ago the situation started, I was worried, honestly. I wasn't sure, are we up for this challenge? Right now, I can proudly say that we were. I can proudly say that we were up for the challenge that we have faced so far, and I strongly believe that we still are up for the challenges we will still be facing. This situation isn't going to be over soon, and its effect will be felt for a while, but we as BEST and young people in general all around the world will continue to adapt, continue to be flexible, and continue to thrive in a changed world. I want to thank everyone who's been working for BEST and everyone who supported us, and obviously also everyone who is now with us here. Thank you for everything you've done, and I hope to see you around during the rest of the summit. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senna, for these very inspiring words and for sharing what BEST has been doing lately. Now I'd like to introduce Walid Saad, coordinator of the BEST Virtual Summit and treasurer of BEST. Walid, could you please tell us a bit more about the BEST Virtual Summit and its purpose?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Johannes, and thank you, Senna, for showing how the pandemic impacted BEST as an organization. Pandemics are generally events that impact the whole world significantly. They have major consequences, social and economic, but we also view that pandemics are an opportunity and a permission to change and a permission to do things differently and to do different things, and perhaps have a fresher restart. And a fresher start that is more inclusive and more open to have everyone contributing and saying their words. And that's at the very heart of why we created BEST Virtual Summit. It is meant to be not only yet another online conference with speakers, but it's meant to be mostly a restarting platform, a platform that is more inclusive and more encouraging of conversations and inspiring of actions. Throughout the 7 days, we have designed interactions that will involve 54 speakers coming from leading institutions and companies and thought leaders. They will be sharing insightful keynotes, discussion panels, and we also have designed some more intimate type of sessions, workshops and training sessions that are aiming to have an experience with a smaller group of people to maximize the impact and the transformational experience. Not only that, we also designed in BEST Virtual Summit networking moments. We believe that networking is important for the beginning of collaborations. That's why on Wednesday, we are going to have the informal business networking, where you, the attendee of the summit, whether you are a student, young professional, an expert, can come together and safely shake hands virtually and get to know each other, and perhaps starting a conversation about how we can cooperate together. We believe that all these sessions need to lead to action beyond the pandemic. That's why we designed also the last day to be the action day. We have designed a case study with our partners Atos. It will have prizes, by the way, in which you are all encouraged to form small teams and participate to solve one of the challenges connected to the pandemic. Now, if you are watching this, I urge you to not only join the sessions and listen to them, but to have your say, to participate, to debate the views that you are listening to, and to bring your own views. That's why we believe that BEST Virtual Summit can have a major impact. That being said, I hope that you will find some of the sessions useful, and I hope that you will start spreading the word about it and start taking actions. And looking forward to see you in the summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Walid, for explaining us the purpose of the BEST Virtual Summit. Our next speaker will be Daniel Garcia, who is the speakers responsible for the BEST Virtual Summit and the next Educational Involvement Department Coordinator of BEST. Daniel, could you explain to us why we are talking about education beyond the pandemic during the next 2 days?
Okay, thank you, Johannes. Basically, the easy answer is because this is one of the services that the organization is the Education Involvement Service. But like the real answer is that the education of today will shape the future. It is something that definitely worth talking, discussing, and learning about. But you may be wondering, what is actually this topic all about? We actually want to explore how the pandemic has impacted current education systems. We have seen how universities moved online learning and assessment in just a few weeks, and how they have changed the way they do things to adapt to the new situation. We want to understand, by listening to experts, what are the challenges that education is facing, but also what opportunities the crisis is going to open. On the one hand, we want to bring to our audience, European students, some of the forecast and analysis of what's going to happen from now on. But on the other hand, we also want to share some successful examples provided by education experts and spread to Europe that there are actually many inspired ways to learn.
Thank you for explaining us about why we will be talking about education. But can you also tell us why it is important for young people to be engaged in this topic?
All right, so well, we young people are going to face the future, right? And if we want a future worth living, we need to fight for it. I'm sure that many of the students that are watching us have felt at some point a bit disengaged with the education they are receiving. The key is, it doesn't need to be that way. If you would like things to be different, you need to have your say and take a role in the change. We in BEST are taking part in pushing for a change in our cycle of influence by making students' voice be heard by relevant stakeholders. But imagine what we could do if every one of us could ask for a new education model in our own universities. All in all, as well as we need to fight for a green future and push to slow down climate change, we need to take a close look at the education of today, as it is going to shape the societies of tomorrow.
Thank you, Danielle, for these inspiring words. I guess our audience also wants to know what exactly is going to happen during the next 2 days. Can you maybe quickly take us through the schedule and tell us about what will happen?
All right, let's brief a bit what we'll be talking about during the today and tomorrow. So at 3:30 p.m. Brussels time, today, we'll have our first block of keynotes under the topic of the future of education. With this session, we want to explore what is going to happen from now on in the field of education with both European and worldwide. We will have 4 key speakers. Sarah Springman, Director of ETH Zurich, Noah W. Sock, the Project Officer of UNESCO Futures of Education Initiative, Alfredo Soeiro, who is the Executive Board of the European Distance and E-Learning Network, and Ramiro Jordan, who is the President of the International Federation of Engineering Education Societies. Later, at 6 p.m. Brussels time, we will have our first panel discussion about European universities beyond the pandemic, in which we will understand how universities are dealing with the crisis and what is next for them. We will have with us the expert Frank Gielen from EIT InnoEnergy, Fredrik Georgsson from our partner SEFI, and Alfredo Soeiro from our advisory board. Finally, at 9 p.m., we will have the first edition of the BBS podcast, named Best and Educational Involvement, where 5 coordinators of BEST will explore how the education service has evolved and what we have achieved in these almost 24 years. On Tuesday, we will have a keynote marathon from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Brussels time, or Central European Summer Time, in which we want to show examples of innovation in education. We will gather key speakers, such as Jacob, the Vice Dean for Education of Aalborg University, Dennis, Head of Students Department of Skoltech, Gielen, Board of Directors of SEFI and Professor at TU Delft. We'll have also Emanuela Tilley, Director of the Integrated Engineering Program at University College London, Ana Gabriela Anadria, Learning Guides at Learn Life, Philippe Antoine, Developer Relations at Google, and Clara Covesi, again, Board of Directors of SEFI and also Professor at Ernst Bretagne. Later, at 6 p.m., we will have our 2 first workshops, powered by Mirna Smith, who is trainer at Happiness Academy, and our best soft skill trainer, Gregana and Sonia. If you would like to attend any of these workshops, please make sure you apply in the website. Finally, at 9 p.m., we will have the second edition of the BBS podcast series named Best and Complementary Education, in which 3 leaders of BEST will share their insights of the service and review the key achievements. We really hope you enjoyed the block of education, and stay tuned because we're starting really soon.
All right. Thank you, Danielle, for explaining what will happen during the next 2 days. We've got some very interesting sessions in Better for you, and we hope that you will join us. With Danielle, we've had our last speaker for this opening block. I'd like to welcome you one final time to this event, and we look forward to discussing the future with all of you. The next session, Danielle was talking about it, the block of keynotes, will be starting at 3:30 p.m. We look forward to seeing you there.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, 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 yeah, we are learning a place to be. Yeah, 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 yeah.
All right, so we're on the air. Good afternoon, Europe, and welcome to this very first block of keynotes of the BEST Virtual Summit 2020. Today we have with us a very special guest, the woman who's leading one of the best universities in the world. Today we have with us Sarah Springman, which is the current rector of ETH Zurich, a college that has been ranked as the #1 university in continental Europe and the 4th in the world in engineering and technology, according to QS World Ranking. So Sarah studied engineering science at Cambridge University, and she holds a PhD in soil mechanics. But Sarah is also has an interesting sporting career, as she has won 20 championship medals in a triathlon and duathlon. Sarah is, in a few words, a role model for women in STEM, and the kind of rector you would love to have in the university, as she hosts question rounds on Instagram. So today, Sarah is going to talk about challenges and opportunities in future education, emphasizing the importance of adding value to education in general, and illustrating this through examples of innovation in ETH Zurich. Said so, welcome Sarah to this opening keynote. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Daniel, for that very kind introduction. And I'm now going to try and share my screen with you and see whether or not, oops, I've gone on to the wrong slide already. There we go. Never trust a rector with the slides. And I think I now need to switch it over. Hopefully, is that the right slide now? Am I in the right way? Very good. Okay. So I'm really delighted to be here. I have to say, simply the best is fantastic. Great honor to come and talk to you. And I want to share with you our challenge in Switzerland, which is not only are we quite good in the world rankings, but also we don't have mineral resources, we simply have brains. And brains are what we do, and these are what we do very well. And that is really the biggest resource that we have. So just to give you a few stats, I'm not going to read them out, but really quite a high percentage of doctoral students as a percentage of our overall number of students, just over 500 professors. And we really focus on entrepreneurial activity as well. So over 400 spin-offs in the last 20+ years. So how do I explain this to you? I think there is an added value of education. And I always talk about what happens when people come to us at the beginning of their BSc and what happens when they leave at the end of their MSc or their doctorate, or even when they come back for continuing education. Because what we do is the delta in terms of knowledge, in terms of skills, and in terms of the development of the personality. And clearly we have to build on the knowledge that our students have when they come. We build a very solid fundamental basis with mathematics and now a growing amount of computer science and engineering. Our natural sciences and mechanics are essential. And then basically subject-specific knowledge that enables somebody to say, I have a degree in, mine was civil engineering, mechanical engineering, environmental science, or whatever. And in so doing, one develops skills and competencies along the way, but also, rather like the young people hosting this conference today, you develop your personality, you work in teams, you learn how to present, you learn how to lead people. And this is setting you up for the workplace of the future. And I think it's really important. I talk a lot about doing the right things. Do you have an evolutionary strategy with a culture of enablement that allows people then to develop the education and to develop themselves all the way through? And one of the things we need to do to check whether or not people have developed is to assess them. And I think it's very important today to recognize that how you assess people will affect the way in which they learn. And therefore, you need to have authentic examinations. And I think we're seeing in the future very much that our professors are changing from the so-called sage on the stage to the guide on the side. It really encourages active learning so that all of this doesn't just go in one side and come out the other. It sort of stays there and is very much able to be used. So we want to innovate in teaching and learning so that there is a continuous dialogue in terms of education. And I think that means that we have to look at not just knowledge and skills, but also very much bring in the attitudes so that we place what we're learning at different stages, maybe early on, on knowledge and developing the skills a bit more, and also the attitudes perhaps later on. So I think that's quite important to talk about. And our university has very much engaged in critical thinking to help our students to work independently in interdisciplinary and in intercultural teams. Because after all, what are you going to be doing when you first graduate? You'll be precisely in that environment, and you need to be able to communicate. And if I say several languages, I don't necessarily mean linguistically, but technical languages, to be able to interact with different interest groups and to instill intellectual agility and critical thinking in a very responsible approach to the way our graduates take action in their future working lives. So to have the ability to analyze and reflect on complex problems, have the ability to develop an original stance and to defend it, and being able to communicate clearly and behave responsibly in science. And one of the things that I've been able to do in my time as rector is to lead beyond study programs, the development of extracurricular opportunities with this making and breaking, I would like to say, showing and connecting, and also basically just sharing that outside. And I think we will have a two-student project. We have a pilot one at the moment, and this is the one that will be open next year. This is, by the way, our university, and this is precisely where I am at the moment. And this window just here, you see my arrow there. And I think this is really, really important. It's part of our critical thinking initiative. So our students can go away and have an idea and then construct it themselves. And this is a lovely example of, in the time of Corona, when our students, despite the lockdown, were able to go in with appropriate hygiene and social spacing, social distancing rules, and they designed and built with the 3D printers and so on, things like face shields for use in the hospitals, or a device to protect and look after a mobile phone from a doctor who's going into a COVID ward. And just nice examples. They also created the Poly, known as the Polytechnico from years ago, the Polyvent, a ventilator that is being constructed here also, and is being used for nations, third world nations that can't afford to design their own. So lots of useful things like that. And again, we've been engaging now in project-based teaching. This is a very interesting challenge the students face in the second semester in mechanical engineering. You can see a team here. There is actually a woman there, I note. Teams of about anything from 4 to 6. And the idea was they had to create a device that could go up here, mechatronics device to take people, save people, or radioactive materials from this building in a 3-minute time slot. And you can see one of the devices here. They built it themselves, and they went under the competition environment to do it, and it worked really very well indeed. And on top of that, again, how do we assess? Here you can see online examinations that allow us to ask questions that are authentic. For example, in computer science, how do you program? And you give somebody a question, and then they just have to sit down and they program. And that is a very good way of assessing whether or not they've been able to learn anything. And this is really, really important, I think, for the future. We're seeing that now about 30% of our exams are online. That will grow to well over 50%, I think. And we've been a global pioneer in setting up and hosting online examinations. We have a state exam browser that we share across the world. And essentially, it's quite useful as well for foreign students who cannot be in Zurich at the same time. So all sorts of things going on there. And we have a specific peculiarity as well. In addition to our written exams, we do oral exams, which some of the Anglo-Saxon world hasn't really come across before. So I think also one of the things that's very important is preparing our graduates for the future, to be recruited, to be developed, to be retained, and also to engage in lifelong learning. I can promise you, as rector, when I walked into this office nearly 6.5 years ago, I was very raw, and I have learned so much every day in this role. And I think it's really important that all of you realize that your bachelor, your master, or your doctorate is just opening the door on learning for the rest of your life. And I think there are also the soft skills that are exceptionally important that I think we should start to train a little bit during the time at university. So we've been working a little bit on that with an ETH town portfolio that is going to be ready in about a year's time. So now I promised I was going to share something about teaching and learning in the time of Corona. And just to summarize, we announced we were going online a day ahead of our Bundesrat, so the Federal Council, and we were way ahead of all of the other universities except for our sister school at EPFL. We talked with each other and we did it basically together. It worked incredibly well. We had educational advisors and specialists in our departments who helped to support everybody with Zoom. And it was enormous credit to all of our people that we flipped within 83 hours from the moment of announcement to 8 o'clock on Monday morning, and they were online, and it really, really worked. And most of our students appreciated. You could see a survey after 3 weeks here. 1,000 students said yes, thumbs up. 17 were not so happy, but I think I can cope with that. And I was really very pleased with these results, and we shared the ideas for improvement with our colleagues as well. One thing that was really a secret was to update our educational regulations. So we removed some of the limiting aspects of our examinations. We maintained the quality at the same level, and we published in 3 versions as we developed our ideas so that it was additive. So we knew we were always going in the same direction. And we had some of our students who were serving in the military and in hospital, and we offered special conditions to support them because they were doing something that was really important. And the last point in this slide I want to say was communication was absolutely essential. We had our website, we had focused emails, videos, frequently asked questions, Twitter. Daniel mentioned my Instagram live chats. The first one, I had about 1,500 people joining in with that. I have to say I got rather more boring since then, but I think I've probably done about 8 or so and still have about 250, and then something like 5,000 watch the broadcast afterwards. We had town halls, and we developed our ideas in discussion with the directors of studies, the executive board, the student presidents, before we then communicated with all students and lecturers. And I think one of the things that's really important is to think about how do you and how do students learn? And I think there will be a lot of developments after this experience, and I think we will change the way in which we teach to try and help you all to learn even better. What can be done better? One of the things that I think is very important is that the social networks around learning are something that really need to have a certain amount more attention played to them, because people learn better and are more successful if they have an effective social network, which of course under lockdown conditions has been a little bit more challenged. Now, unfortunately, I just rushed I changed my presentation to add an extra slide because I received this over the weekend. This is the feedback from the lecturers, and the students gave me 41% feedback. I have to say our lecturers gave us 61%. And what they basically said was it's difficult to do laboratory practicals, that's the red bit here. In the group works, that was pretty good. When the lecturers were presented with Zoom, for example, that worked really well. There's very little red or pink on this side. Likewise, live streaming was very popular from the side of the lecturers. They felt it worked well. If they did all of this in an empty lecture hall, so the mathematicians love writing in chalk on the blackboard, and then that was just another way of doing it. So they were generally very positive. And I think my final point was that when you are in a situation like this, students are put in a very difficult situation. They can't work, they have to stay at home. So we had a campaign. We raised the temporary loans, which are basically interest-free loans, and the time to repay them. That number actually, I think, is now up to close to 40. We have social scholarships that we support for those who struggle. Some of them said to me, my parents have lost their job. I don't know how I'm going to survive. We will help them. This is really very important. We increased our advisory services to support home working, and also our psychological advisory service. And we tried to resolve issues for our mobility students. So all of this was really important. The networks were really absolutely essential. So this is my last slide. Never waste a good crisis. Make sure that you learn something from it, that you, each one of you, have a look at yourselves and work out what went well, what could I have done better? Because I do exactly the same thing all the time. If this was to happen tomorrow, what would I do? And all of this is now flowing into how we will run the examinations in August, and also how we will run the autumn semester coming up this year. So I'd like to thank all of you for listening to me, and hand back now to Daniel, maybe to take a few questions if anybody's out there at all and wants to ask anything. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, so much for the whole presentation. I would like to apologize to the audience because at the beginning we had a little lag with the sound, but we managed to fix it in the end. So everything is all right now. Thank you, Sarah, for the presentation. It's actually super interesting. I think many of our viewers will now start looking how to apply to your university. Actually, some of them already left some questions. I would like to share it with you. The first one, it says, what can be the role of universities in fighting a global crisis such as the pandemic?
This is a really important one. I've just focused a little bit on education, but I think the research and the role of the academic expert is absolutely essential. Many governments are led today by rather extreme leaders who don't want to listen to science. And I think the university's role is to make sure that they are heard at the center of government, so that when government is taking decisions, they take it in the knowledge of what the latest science is saying. Obviously, all we can do is advise and say, this is what the science says. One side might say this, one side might say that. Our recommendation as a group of experts is, this is the right scientific background, but you as politicians have to make the policy decisions. And I think this is really important. So we've been advising on what's been happening to the genome of the COVID virus, what's happening in terms of the growth of the R number, whether we're going to get a second wave, and all sorts of different people are working on drug discovery and design as well. So we had a call, and we had about 30 projects actually that we have permitted and funded to start in order to help us fight the virus. So I think relationship between politics and the university is really, really important.
All right, definitely it's a super interesting point. Politicians need science. Probably science will give a better response to some policy advices. We have a second question for you, Sarah. And this says as follows, it's anonymous, but it says, how can students support their universities after the pandemic?
Okay, well, we had absolutely wonderful examples, and we're not the only university. Our students came up and said, we're in the middle of our Bachelor of Medicine. We want to serve, we want to help. So how can we do this? And so I approved them to work for 50% within the hospitals, provided all of the health and safety aspects were covered. And they had to register, and they organized it themselves. They placed where the students should go, and some of them went to our university hospital, which is across the way, but others went into the counties that don't have any university hospitals. So they did a fantastic job. Self-organization of students works when you've got really, really good students. So again, designing these ventilators, there are lots of things going on. And I think you look and you see where there is a gap, where you have a skill that you can share. Maybe you're sitting in a lab analyzing COVID samples, whatever, because you've had some lab training. And those things are really very important. And I really believe that our students today are generally absolutely fantastic and can make a great contribution.
Okay, that's very interesting, Sarah. We have another question for you. Maybe it's a little more specific, but it says, how can labs and other hands-on activities can be adapted to remote teaching?
Sorry, can you say that again?
So how can labs and other hands-on activities can be adapted to remote teaching?
Yeah, okay, very, very good question. This was the one that was the least satisfactory for our lecturers and I think for the students, because basically we want to go into the lab and find out that, when you plug in your apparatus, it doesn't work. What do you do to solve the problems? However, if you have data from a previous year, then you can present that. If you have a virtual lab, so again, you can use the virtual lab, and sometimes the virtual lab will give you data. So even around about 2000, I had, as a soil mechanics person, I used to do a sieve test, and you had a stack of sieves and you would put soil in the top. You would shake the sieve, and then you would get weights on each of the sieves, you would weigh it, and then at the end of the day, you would produce a particle size distribution and tell me that this was a sandy gravel with some large stones in it or whatever. And then we would talk about what that meant. So if you have a virtual lab, you can combine that, and it may well be that there is a window of opportunity, maybe after the semester is over and when you're back again in the labs, people can go in and do 3 or 4 labs to add that practical experience to what one has done online. So again, scenarios, sets of data, and other creative ways of approximating the lab. But it's not entirely satisfactory, but you don't have to lose the whole of the lab.
Okay, perfect, Sarah. That's actually a very interesting answer. I have a last question for you, as we are going to be finalizing this super interesting keynote in 2 minutes. So the last question is, what are the advantages of online lectures and how they can adapt, which are the advantages of online education as opposed to regular education or in-person education?
2 things. First of all, you can use media and you can use educational apps that allow you to interact with your students if your students are really very shy. So we find our students respond in the chat much more than they do in class. I remember asking questions and my students' heads would go like this, which made me realize, oh dear, they don't want to interact with me. But when you're online and you don't see their face, they will type a question into the chat. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is that if you save the lecture, if you've been one of those people who's been in the military or in the hospitals or whatever, you can look at it later and you can move it faster or slower or go back and really try and understand and learn something. So I think this is a real benefit that will certainly help students to be able to learn in the way they want to learn in the future.
All right, Sarah, so more participation and more tailored to the rhythm of the students. Okay, that's, I guess, one of the best answers we have tilted right now. So with this question, Sarah, we're going to conclude this keynote about the future of education or education in ETH Zurich. The organizing team and I would like to publicly thank you for being here as today and to sharing the knowledge and your ideas in the Best Virtual Summit 2020. Although Sarah and I will leave, I will encourage all of you to stay close to the streaming, as in 5 minutes, another key speaker will be with us. We'll travel from Zurich to Paris to be Noah, one of the project officers of UNESCO's Future of Education initiative. As you know, United Nations is the UNESCO is the United Nations Scientific and Cultural Organization. So guys, stay there. This is going to be really, really interesting. Stay tuned and see you.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, all of you. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Sarah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Romoita, and we are back for the second keynote of this amazing online event. With me, we have Dr. Noah Soeiro, who is Senior Project Officer in the Future of Learning and Innovation team at UNESCO, where he helps to lead the Futures of Education initiative. Before getting into the topic, I just want to remind our audience that you can ask questions at any time to our guests through the Facebook and YouTube stream. So, as many of you know, UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, is responsible for several international projects with a very big impact in society, many of which you might have heard about. Dr. Noah is a professor of cultural and educational policy studies at the Loyola University Chicago, but he has been dedicated to the Futures of Education initiative for the past year. Beth is also collaborating with UNESCO, promoting and carrying some activities to gather students' opinions about the future of education, since we all believe that this initiative can bring a positive impact to education worldwide. To tell us more about this initiative, I'd like to welcome Dr. Noah Soeiro for the presentation.
Thanks very much for that introduction. I've got a couple of slides that I'm going to share. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. What I'm going to do is present this UNESCO project, and then I'm going to invite your ideas, your contributions, and your involvement. And I'll give some examples of ways you can get involved. One coming up in just a second. So as John mentioned in the introduction, UNESCO is the UN's lead agency on education. We lead in the implementation of SDG 4, the Sustainable Development Goal related to education. We're also now leading a global coalition to respond to the COVID-19 disruptions in education. I will be talking more about that in a little bit. That's getting ahead of things. UNESCO, though, is also an important laboratory of ideas. It's a place that tries to bring diverse perspectives from around the world together to design solutions to problems of today and tomorrow. What I'm going to talk about today is an initiative that was launched in September 2019. It's a global initiative to reimagine how knowledge and learning can shape the future of humanity and the planet. We want to think about the challenges that are ahead, but also the opportunities. And we want to think in particular about the role that education can play in this. Now, we have set up a survey specifically for this event. And in the live stream, they'll be inserting a link. If you are watching this recording, you can still go to the same link and offer your input. It would be very useful if you could do that at some point in the next 5 or 10 minutes, because at the end of the session, we want to pull up the results and see what people in this particular crowd have had to say about the major challenges, opportunities, and the role that education can play in the future. So please go and complete the survey if you can. The aim of the project is to activate a debate and action on the futures of education, knowledge, and learning. And one specific goal, milestone, will be a global report that comes out in November of 2021. It's going to provide an agenda for policy dialogue and action at multiple levels. But I think an important feature of what UNESCO is doing here is that policy dialogue and action is already well underway. And I'm going to invite you to contribute more to it. Let me offer just a tiny bit of history here to put this initiative in a broader context. This kind of white paper study is something that UNESCO has done at regular moments across time. What we're doing now builds on this humanistic approach to education that was laid out in previous UNESCO work. One of those reports was from the early 70s, titled Learning to Be. And that report already warned of the risks of inequality and emphasized the need for a continued expansion of education and lifelong learning. This was followed in the late 1990s by a report put together under the leadership of Jacques Delors called Learning the Treasure Within, that proposed an integrated vision of education that cohered around 4 pillars: learning to be, learning to know, learning to do, and learning to live together. More recently, UNESCO has continued this role of global intellectual leadership with work thinking about education as a global common good and how we reframe the purpose of education as enhancing and sustaining the dignity and capacity of the human person in relation to others and to nature. Now, you've noted on the slide, I think, that the context for the current initiative, 25 years later, is that we have an increasing awareness that our world is complex, uncertain, and fragile. And of course, coronavirus has underscored each of those points, as I'll talk about in a second. But one of the important features of this project is that as the world is changing, we recognize that education needs to change. But education shouldn't simply be reactive to a changing world, but education should be one of the forces that causes change in the world. The project is advanced on several tracks. One of them involves an international commission that is chaired by Her Excellency Sahle-Work Zewde, who is the president of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. She's the chair of an international commission that is composed of thought leaders from a range of areas, education, from academia, from civil society, the world of business and politics. And I think what is a bit different about this particular report is the process in which it's being developed. It's going to emerge from a much inclusive process of consultation, debate, and research engagement than perhaps we've had in past editions of this exercise. I have here on the quote on the slide a quote from Her Excellency Ms. Sahle-Work Zewde that I think is very revealing of some of the core philosophy and spirit of the present initiative. She put forth the idea that no longer do we allow the planet, the future of the planet, to be determined from one location, and she calls for futures to be democratically and locally envisioned and made. And the key point I would draw your attention to is this use of futures in the plural, which is an important part of this initiative. It is both to pragmatically recognize that there will be multiple futures of education. It's to recognize that too often the pursuit for a single future has led to future being imposed upon people as opposed to democratically chosen. And it also highlights, beyond the pragmatic fact that there are multiple futures of education, the simple reality, beyond the reality that that is desirable, that there will be a diversity in the range of ways that education is set up as it serves around the globe. So the commission itself will carefully consider the inputs that are received through this process of consultation. We intend to be very broad and open to involve youth, teachers, educators of all stripes, the non-governmental sector, governments, business, other stakeholders. The global consultation process includes the survey that I have just suggested and asked you all to take. And if I put the link again in the chat, I would appreciate it. So anyone joining now can go to that survey and complete it. At the end, all things, assuming everything works okay, we'll show the results for those of you who are gathered during this particular online session. We also have a series of online platforms that involve people to submit their ideas in writing, also to submit artwork. And then we have several debating platforms that raise particular ideas. And we also encourage focus group discussions, of which this is a form. So the reason for the particular session right now is not just so that I can tell you about this event, but so I can invite you to engage and contribute ideas, because the International Commission is committed to having this be a broad, participatory, partnership-oriented, and co-creation process. It's interesting, I mentioned that the project was launched in December of 2019, and fortunately, it seems that UNESCO was prescient, was a bit ahead of things to realize that some serious reflection on the future was needed, because arguably, since the arrival of COVID and all the disruptions, the need for kind of careful reflection has become even stronger. So one of the questions that we've engaged with is whether the future has arrived before we were ready for it. And it seems to many that the possibilities of change have really become evident. We have seen in daily life around the planet that things can be radically different than they were before. Previously in the project, we had to place a strong emphasis on the time horizon of 2050 and beyond. And the goal was to activate people's thinking in a way that took them outside of what is expected and normal and got them into a world of possibility and alternatives. I think one of the, if we can say that the tragedy of coronavirus has any useful features, one of them is that it has opened, I think, many of our eyes to the possibilities of thinking that the world can be radically different and can be changed. Clearly, we will move at some point out of a crisis mode, but it's not clear that the new normal will be the same as the old normal. And in fact, one of the questions that I would challenge you all to think about is how we can ensure that the new normal is a more sustainable, more desirable, a norm that encourages human flourishing more. I think that we also learned an important lesson of the future itself from COVID that is intrinsically unknowable. And in some ways, we received an object lesson in how to cope with uncertainty, which is not by striving for control or better forecasting methods, but instead by developing resilience, wisdom, creativity, inclusion, diversity, all those other features of human living and human societies that help us adapt to a changing world. And of course, not just adapt to, but shape a changing world for the better. We've also in the project spent a lot of time thinking about what we can learn from the educational disruptions connected with COVID. I would encourage you to offer your thoughts on this. I'm just going to pull out several that I think particularly salient. especially as we are at a moment now where history is being written, where we have the possibility of making decisions in the short term that will have significant impacts in the future. So one of the things that has been quite clear from the educational disruptions connected with COVID are the severity of inequalities around the world, and not just between well-resourced parts of the world and less well-resourced parts of the world, but even within some of the wealthiest places on this planet. We have just received a sobering reminder about how deep inequalities are in our societies. We've also learned about the importance of learning that happens in homes and communities. We've also learned about the importance of classrooms and school spaces. By their absence for many people, we've gotten insights into just how many important things happen in school in addition to academic learning. We've also learned some of the pros of technology, but also some of the limitations of technology. And in fact, one of the interesting parts of this story is how resilient forms of technology in education, such as radio and television, have been alongside of internet and digital devices. I want to go on to just quickly review 4 areas of ongoing work because I want to present them to you and invite you to join in the design and engineering of solutions, of trying to figure out how we can address these issues and what actions need to be taken. One relates to human and planetary sustainability. We clearly have to take a collective and collaborative approach to fostering sustainable life on this planet, and education has a key role to play in this. We have to find ways to channel human capability in directions that improve the quality of human life while also respecting our supporting ecosystems. So the challenge and the question I put to you is, how can we structure education so that creativity, imagination, but also the social resolve that leads to action can be unleashed? Second critical topic that I think we need to address relates to knowledge, which the International Commission has developed a whole set of ideas around the importance of viewing knowledge as a global common good, as something that is made by all, available by all. And so we need to direct attention at the role that education can play in ensuring that knowledge becomes a global common good that benefits humanity and benefits the planet. Third, there are a lot of important questions about citizenship and participation that have been driven home by COVID crisis, but also by the mobilization around the importance of the Black Lives Matter movement. So the question here is, how do we design education and learning so that we can support civic participation, so that we can support freedom of thought and human rights? And in some of these instances, it may be a question of how do we redesign education. Finally, clearly, we need to think about the ways that education connects to work and economic security. Again, not to be simply responsive to changes in the world of work, although that's clearly needed, but also through education to drive changes in the world of work. So the question I put to you is, how do we design education so that we can ensure the human-centeredness of the future work? All right, before we go to questions from the audience, I just want to return to this final slide because I want to raise the question that I opened up earlier about what we've learned about complexity, uncertainty, and fragility with COVID. Because surely COVID has shown us that our world is complex. In fact, the difficulties of that complexity become front and center for many of us. But I think at the same time, we've all seen that the complexity of the world generates a kind of dynamism. It generates multiple possibilities that have real promise. We've certainly, in the last few months, seen the overwhelming challenges that come with a world that's increasingly uncertain. But again, I think that uncertainty has all shown that there are great potentials in our world, and times in places where we least expect them. If anything, uncertainty puts lie to the idea of determinism. Finally, fragility. We have seen really terrifying risks and vulnerabilities in the world. But at the same time, fragility generates an awareness, a kind of sensitivity to our interdependencies, and actually be a wellspring for hope. So I will close this part of the presentation with that idea of hope. History is being written at great speed. We cannot afford to be pessimistic. And the futures of education is going to need us learning to become something we have not yet become. So, John, back over to you for questions.
Thank you very much. So just a reminder that you have now in the comment section, both in the Facebook stream and the YouTube stream, some links. One of them is the survey that Dr. Noah mentioned before. It's a very short survey that you can fill right away. And we are moving on to the questions, since we also don't have that much time left. And I'm going to start with one question that came in our Slido app. So, Mr. Noah, is technology an enabler of more inclusive education worldwide? How can we ensure that less privileged communities have access to it?
Yeah, I mean, given the audience that I'm talking to, I want to turn that question on you, because that's what we need you all to do, is to make sure that technology is in service of those who have the least access. My one suggestion, and again, I differ because you guys are the experts. My one suggestion is that our design criteria begin with the principle of serving those who are least advantaged, right? That, I think, is probably the best route to ensuring that technology does a better job of addressing inequality, as opposed to exacerbating inequality. And unfortunately, we've all seen the ways that technology can worsen inequalities. Back to you.
Thank you very much. And one more question. How long do you think it will take to fully restore the usual way of education? And will it ever happen? So I guess related to this COVID-19 crisis.
It's a good question. And we clearly will return to some form of normalcy. And I do not think there is any possible way it will be the old normal. But the question before us is, what normal will it be? We do know that the COVID disruptions are going to continue well beyond the closure and reopening of schools around the globe. We know that the economic consequences, economic recessions globally are going to impact our societies and our schooling systems, perhaps for many years. We also, I think, are seeing globally a kind of political impact of COVID as well. And that's going to impact our society for many years. But I think already now we can start doing things to make the future we want. There's no reason to wait.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Noah. We are not going to get to more questions since our next keynote is starting in 5 minutes. So I just want to thank very much UNESCO for this initiative and for being here, for Professor Noah for taking his time to share with us his insights and what the Futures of Education initiative is doing. I hope that a lot of you students at home take the time to fill in this survey, also check further the work that UNESCO has been doing on this topic. And I hope that this will lead to better education in the future. Mr. Noah, you had something to?
Yeah, and just an encouragement to fill in the survey. Please let me share the survey result that we have to date to the minute. We only have about under 50 people who took the survey so far. We're hoping that more will add to it. But among this particular group, it's interesting to see climate change, environmental crises, and economic inequalities at the top of the list. And then in terms of what education should do to address these, there seems to be clear agreement that sustainability coupled with scientific innovation and active citizenship are some of our key strategies. So let's work together on this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noah. And we'll be back in 5 minutes for the next keynote from Alfredo Soeiro from the University of Porto, who will talk about online assessment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and we are on the air again. Good morning, Europe. Good afternoon, Europe, and welcome to this third keynote of the session blog, The Future of Education. We have with us a key guest for the European higher education environment, but also for our organization. Alfredo Soeiro is some sort of a Superman in the field of education. He has been founder of 3 European and global networks. He has been the president of the International Association of Continuing Engineering Education and the president of our partner SEFI, the European Society for Engineering Education. Among other responsibilities, Alfredo is now in the executive board of EDEN, the European Distance and E-Learning Network. Alfredo is one of the reasons why educational involvement exists in BEST. He has been with organizations since the beginning of the education service. He is currently part of our advisory board. Today, Alfredo is going to share with us some insights about online assessment. As you probably know, during the pandemic, many of our professors have struggled to evaluate the learning outcomes of their students. In general, assessment is a challenging task, so imagine doing that on remote. Alfredo will talk us today about online assessment. He will share some examples of current methods and frameworks, and he will forecast a bit, in the end, some insights about the future of assessment in higher education. So, welcome Alfredo Soeiro. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I've been working with BEST for a long time, so it's always a pleasure to cooperate. And I'm very happy that you address these questions and these different times that we are living. I also appreciated your introduction, especially I have a new adjective that I didn't have. So I'll add it to my curriculum, Superman, so I'll try that one. It's a very good one. Okay, very nice, very good. We're going to talk about online assessment. It's something that it's very important for everyone. And let's start first with the definition of assessment, which I think that, let me see if this works. I'm trying to progress, but for some reason it's not working. Oh, okay, here we go. This is the summary of the presentation. I'll talk a little bit about assessment, then I'll talk about what happens online. I'll give you some examples, some of them very recent from these 2-3 months that have passed, and some ideas about what I think will be the future of online assessment and assessment in general. There are many people that say that dividing online and face-to-face probably doesn't make sense because they are so intertwined that things are becoming not specific, but they are, let's say, mingled and intertwined, so it doesn't make sense. So, but anyway, I'll follow this path. So assess comes from a Latin word, assidere, that means to sit with. I'm a little bit old, so I've been here for some years, and my impression of the assessment is that it is in fact sitting with the student to know what he knows, not what he doesn't know, but what he knows. And you have really to have this dialogue and have this exchange to know what competences, what does this student has apprehended, has learned when he went through the course or the workshop or the seminar, whatever. But it is in fact something that needs two people, and mostly the assessment we have is generally given to the student. He has to respond to the exam, and there's no dialogue. So I think that it's very convenient that that there is more communication, and I'll talk about that in the end of the presentation. Okay, so what is at stake when we're talking about online? Of course, the student, this is a part of the interaction between student and teacher and society, of course. that has these three dimensions from my point of view. The student wants to pass, wants to have success, wants to continue with studies, so they don't want to repeat the studies. The teacher, on the other hand, wants to verify that there is compliance with the minimum required, so that he can be happy that the students have learned something. And of course, society, when I talk about society, you have professional organizations like FEANI or the EURACE Association, the ABET, the society in general. They want to be sure that the people with a diploma, an engineering diploma, has some competences, has some knowledge, has some skills, and has some attitudes. So I think this is what is at stake when we are talking about the online assessment. And you have to take this into perspective whenever you look at assessment. It's not just you that wants the success, but it's the teacher who wants to be comfortable with the acquisition of competences by the student. And it's the responsibility also to society to ensure that you won't make mistakes or big mistakes. Mistakes you'll probably do, but not big mistakes that will compromise safety and sustainability and other important things that you learn during your course. Okay, so one of the things I'm going to talk about is a project that I coordinated some years ago, which was precisely how to assess learning outcomes, how to assess competences. This is a project that is one of the most interesting where I've been involved, not because I was a coordinator, it was because what we did. It was very interesting. And what did we try to do? This is what we tried to do. For each type of learning outcome, you need the right assessment, because you cannot assess skills the same way you assess knowledge or you assess attitudes. So you need proper assessment methods for the different type of competences. And what we have in most of the courses, and you are students, you probably are agreeing with me, you probably have written exams that most of the times, for instance, cannot assess your attitude. You may be a great engineer, always with the attitude of solving problems, and it's not easy to find that with written assessment. So this question of aligning the type of learning outcomes and the type of assessment is crucial. So do you think this is a simple problem? Not really. It's really a very difficult problem. Even for the professors, it's very difficult. We have, on this project, we have created a web tool that it's public, anyone can use it. You can use it if you want to check if your professor is assessing you the right way, or if you want to propose an assessment method to your professor, you can take a look. But these are the dimensions of the if you know the Bloom taxonomy, these are the 6 dimensions of the Bloom taxonomy that imply different types of learning outcomes, different types of competences. And for each one of these 6, there are, what the program does, the web tool does, is propose at least 3 methods of assessment. Few of them are, let's say, used because most of the times what professors use, as you know, is written multiple choice, open answers, etc. But there are many other ways of assessing what the student does and knows. So we applied this tool, for instance, in Kalohi. Kalohi was a project where BEST was a partner, and not initial partner, but became involved afterwards. And this Kalohi is comparing achievement of learning outcomes in higher education in Europe. And one of the topics was engineering, civil engineering. And I was one of the coordinators, so I know a little bit of what happened. And as you can see, you have here the learning outcomes that are expected for engineers in the dimension 1. which is knowledge and understanding. There are 9 dimensions. And for each one of these competencies, as you can see in the bottom, the assessment approaches were proposed, from problem solving to practical work, to essays, to multiple choice questions, etc. So, and the professor can choose, you see, because this is derived, like I said, from the theory of Bloom and Anderson and all that uses strong verb. I mean, it's complicated to explain, but if you are interested, I can explain. But the tool solves that complexity while proposing these tools. And that's what we use in Kalohi. By the way, Kalohi as a continuation, it will be Kalohi 2, and I hope that BEST will be involved again. Another example that I wanted to show you is the e-portfolios. I've been working in the last years also with e-portfolios. E-portfolios is an excellent tool. It's, how do I say, changing the assessment to improve learning. And how do you do that? What do I do with my students? They make an e-portfolio every week, and they reflect on what learning outcomes they had on the discipline. And we discuss that. And while discussing that, not only I can see what each student needs, but also if the purpose of the assessment is being obtained, because the student has to show evidences of the learning outcomes they have achieved. So there are many people working in this area, and I think this is the future, especially on the online, because this works very well online, because you put this online, you have then Zoom sessions to discuss with each student, and you can discuss, you can exchange emails, you can place forums, etc. It's very useful for online example. One of the examples I have here is from Berkeley, but there are many others. I mean, there is, I can show you in Eden lots of examples of people that are using e-portfolios. By the way, e-portfolios are used in the profession, especially in the medical and in some engineering, in Engineers Island and others that use the e-portfolio to evaluate the competencies acquired, not on the universities for the Engineers Island, but for what we call continuing professional development, so the learning in the profession. And those things are being used. So that's also something that can be used, and I'm particularly interested in having this tool developed more. Okay, another example. You have here, there are many webinars recorded on the web, and you can see, but the ones that I suggest, not because I'm from Eden, but because I know the quality of what's been there, and I think this session that it's here, it's very good. You can see what's in there. For instance, one of the ladies, she was from IBM, I guess. She evaluates the competencies of the engineers in IBM with open books, with open exams, with open tests and work. So, and personally, I don't see why we have to use closed book exams. So this question of having someone watching you when you're doing this exam online, I think it's ridiculous, because in the profession, you don't do that. You use your, and my exams are on Moodle, they are all open source, open books, so they can consult the sources, etc. So, but this is something that you should watch. This is a very good webinar. And I'm having this text here because I cannot connect with Zoom to the site. So that's why I have here the text. Whoops, sorry. Another one that I think probably you'll have to face in the future. This is an example from China, but there are other examples. For instance, the first time I've seen this was in Lausanne. Professor Pierre Dillenbourg, I don't know if any Swiss is attending, but he works in the Rolex building, which is one of the best buildings I've seen in a university. But what he did at that time was precisely doing this with students. You can use facial recognition to detect emotion. So you know if the student is, each student, and this is being done in China in high school 3 years ago. So It's already there and it's being used. And like I said, the first time I've seen it was in Lausanne, in Switzerland, and you can detect what is the understanding of learning. You do that, I do that with my experience. I can have a feeling of knowing, looking at the face and the eyes of the student. I can do that, but this is being done on the computer. So it's for all students. So all students are being analyzed, and those that need help, they will be helped and identified and helped. So this is also something that can happen in the future. Another dimension that can happen in the future for those who are in informatics is the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning. This is being done in Stanford. This is not, how do I say, science fiction. It's already being done. So artificial intelligence is doing the assessment online. The students present their essays, their exams, and from the rules that the professor uses to grade, the machines are doing it for the professor. It's I hope it works, because it's a lot of work to grade exams, etc. For us, it will be very good if this works. And with something that I think it's very important, which is justice, because it's very difficult to keep the same standards when you are grading exams, believe me. So machines will do it better than professors. And finally, this is my final slide. This is what I think that online can help the assessment. It's the data. We can have lots of data about the students. For instance, I know what students have been assessing my Moodle course, how many documents they have seen, etc. And also the communication. I can have a Zoom with any student anytime both of us want to talk. And that's very good. And like I said, the combination of this data and the communication, that it's now universal, accessible. You can have easy dialogue. You have information. And most of it, I think, and I come back to my first slide, is to sit with the student, because assessment should be personal. I don't think one size fits all. And the assessment should be really personal and more, let's say, interact with more interaction between teacher and students. And I think the online techniques and tools favor this type of approach. So thank you very much. I don't have any networks except LinkedIn and Twitter. So if you want to contact me, that's where I am. You have my email, and I think we have some time for questions. I'm sorry, but I got a little bit enthusiastic about this and I talked too much.
Okay, all right, Alfredo. Thank you very much for the talk. Would kindly ask you. Okay, perfect. Amazing. Yes, actually, we have a little bit of time for some questions that some people posed in the both prior and during the streaming. You have covered most of the topics, and I think most of the students will be really happy to have a more personalized assessment and more interaction with the teacher instead of like maybe feeling like a number, because I guess that's something we do feel sometimes at the university.
You're not a number. One of the things I've learned as a teacher, the student is not a number, it's a person.
Definitely. Okay, so here's the first question for you. You have talked to us like about different super interesting projects. And the question is, how do you think this project will affect education after the pandemic?
You mean the Kalohi 2, for instance?
Yes,
yeah.
For example.
The Kalohi 2, precisely, our first phase was to consider what were because we have already the framework, the competencies. And the first phase of the project, what we have done was to take a look precisely at the consequences of the pandemic and the need probably to work more online. So what we have developed, and we are discussing that right now, and I probably best should be a partner in that discussion, is which competencies the students should have to participate on this online learning and online assessment. And we have a list already of proposals. I don't know if you know, but there is a digital competence framework that has been created by the European Commission, but that is more on the side of, how do I say, using the digital tools. And that's not what we're looking at. What we're looking at is at the process of teaching and learning, including the assessment, of course. So, and those digital competences are not in the digital competence framework of the European Commission. So that's how I think it can affect.
Okay, perfect. Super interesting, and of course, we will very love to be contributed to that discussion. We have another question for you.
Yep.
It's basically, okay, imagine, let's try to do a little bit of forecast. In 10 years from now on, how will assessment would look like?
Like I said, it will be individualized. We will have machine learning and artificial intelligence involved. We will have, and we will have more communication with we'll probably have avatars talking with you instead of the professor. But one of the things that I think it's relevant is that you will have probably the ability to choose your assessment method instead of being the professor. One of the things I noticed in Calori is that I didn't know, I was not aware because I don't think I'm like that, but most of the professors in the room, and believe me, there were difficult fights and discussions. Most of the professors consider the assessment as very personal. They are very personal about the assessments. They are the only ones that know how to assess the students. They are the only ones that supposed to make the assessment. They don't allow other professors to get involved in their assessments, and I think it's wrong. And that's dangerous because the professor knows a little bit, and you need to have other ideas and other inputs to make your assessment. So it is something that will change, I'm sure, because probably you will have professors that will be trained on assessment. I had some sessions in my university, provided by the university, trying to give more training to assessment, because mostly the professors do what I did when I started. You did the assessment the same way you were assessed when you were a student. But things have changed. Things have changed because you can do, for instance, one of the things that will happen, and I forgot to mention it. One of the things, and I'm working on a project on safety that uses this technique, is simulation. I think we'll have a lot of simulation. Lots of medical schools are already assessing students with simulation. They present you a scenario with a patient about whatever, but it's simulation. I think simulation will be probably the change, the major change in the assessment of students besides what I said, because you can create simulated scenarios where you can test the competencies of the students. For instance, we are training on this safety project, and we are using virtual reality and immersive reality to train people and, if possible, certify them, because it's a professional project. It's not an academic project. So it involves certification of people that will be on the construction site with responsibilities in terms of safety.
Okay, Alfredo, that is really interesting. I'm pretty sure like all our audience will be like excited about how assessment would look like in the future, probably way different than just a paper on your table. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. So with this question, we're gonna conclude this super interesting keynote about online assessment. So the organizing team and I would like to thank you, Alfredo, for being with us today and sharing your ideas and knowledge in the Best Virtual Summit. And well, for all the audience, although Alfredo and I will leave now, and I encourage you to stay because we will have the last keynote. We will travel from Europe to America to meet Ramiro, who is the president of the International Federation of Engineering Education Societies. So guys, stay tuned and see you later. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ramiro, and we are back online for the fourth keynote of today. We have with us the president of IFEES, the International Federation of Engineering Education Societies, a federation of which BEST is also a founding member. Dr. Ramiro Jordan is a scientist, innovator, educator, and entrepreneur. He's a professor at the University of New Mexico and is currently the Associate Dean of Engineering for International Programs. He is a dedicated educator, actively creating educational infrastructure in academic institutions worldwide with emphasis on the culture of quality. He is driving innovative curricular development programs such as peace engineering. To introduce us to this concept of peace engineering and its importance, I want to welcome Professor Ramiro Jordan.
Thank you so much for this invitation. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, everybody. I hope I can challenge you with this new concept. And I guess I'll go and share the screen and put my slides. Can you see my slides? Perfect. Thank you. So let me start by saying this is something that we launched in November 2018. We organized the first World Conference on Peace Engineering. This is pretty much the agenda that I have for you. I'll tell you where I live, which is called New Mexico, why peace engineering, a little bit about circular economy that I'm sure everybody has been introduced to. Then a major reset that everybody is living through that. So I broke it into before COVID and my presentation after COVID, okay? So AC is challenges, something that we need to deal with, the symmetry of information, which is very critical. Then looking at macro models, really putting an emphasis on the unintended consequences and the networks that we all live in networks now. And our challenge now, I think it is to flatten the climate change curve. So let's start before COVID. So this is where I live. Not many, we have problems in the US, explaining what New Mexico is. In the US, people still don't know that New Mexico is part of the US. So I always have to put this map, and now there's an interesting map because of COVID, which is on the top left. And I always use this slide to tell people that, yes, we are in the US, is the only license plate that carries New Mexico, USA, and we're not new and we're not Mexico. So what started in New Mexico? Well, the birth of big science, and this is shocking, and but it's reality, okay? So we have major labs here, Los Alamos, Sandia. This is where Microsoft started. I'm sure you know what MATLAB is all about. Jeff Bezos was born here, and several other companies. So it's a very tech savvy and state, very poor, and is the only bilingual state in the state in New Mexico, in the US, and we have 22 different pueblos, ethnic groups. So very challenging, and the highest capita of scientists per capita. So I took this image from this book that I'm sure you're aware of. It's scary what happened here in New Mexico, okay? We have changed the course of history, but at the same time, we can end history with what was developed here. And it was not only American scientists, this was a global effort. So why peace engineering? Because we want to challenge the mindset of people. It's about peace. It's about addressing the global challenges. So we organized the first global conference where we had over people from over 44 countries, over 300 institutions, etc. Very challenging, especially put yourself in the context of New Mexico, where we have these labs, and the labs embrace this, and they really like, because it's about peace. So some early work was done by Professor Vesseline and Richard Bowen. They organized in 2003, 2004, small workshops and started talking about peace engineering. And they wrote a really good book. And since then, we had many, many contributions. And of course, we're trying to define what peace engineering is all about, okay? So when we organized the event, we challenged people to rethink what they're doing in engineering, education, and research, and entrepreneurship, and innovation. What is peace engineering? So we wrote a thought-provoking paper, and I can share with you. And in that paper, we already started identifying what it means, peace engineering. It's about peacekeeping, peacemaking, peace building. It's about system level thinking. Can peace be a profit center? Of course, we can develop peace technology. Let's innovate together. It's transdisciplinary. It's about sustainability. It's about educating the new global citizen, the new global engineer. And again, this keeps coming up, symmetry of information. If we all have access to the same information, then we can have a great dialogue. If it's asymmetric, then we got problems. That's where conflict comes in. So peace engineering said, okay, we need to measure. Can we measure peace? Can we come up with metrics? Can we come up with data models? Can we do data analytics? I think we can. I'm not going to go to this definition. I submitted this for you to have. It'll be in the website. But the important thing that I want to stress here, that peace engineering is a new disruptive mindset needed to address global challenges. Right off the bat, I want to say global challenges have no borders. They don't care about flags or national anthems. We have a global challenge, which is the COVID. Does it respect borders? I don't think so, right? Should we solve the problem by locking ourselves in every country and not sharing information? I don't think so. So, and the other challenge that I have for you is, what do you think peace engineering means to you? Okay, so why did we do this conference? Why did we organize? Because we have the United Nations 70 SDGs. We have in the US, we have the National Academy of Engineering challenges that they overlap. Something that I've been pushing for many years in the organization I created, ISTEC, is one planet, one environment, one chance, okay? And then everybody talks about Industry 4.0. What does that mean? And can we break barriers? So when I created ISTEC in 1990, we used the language of science and technology to collaborate. Politicians cannot change math, nor physics, nor chemistry. Aren't we lucky? And then again, we have to address the issue of asymmetry of information. So circular economy. This is a pretty nice chart. And the challenge that I have with my colleagues is, are we aware of it? Are we educating? And the other question is, shoot, are we learning about it? I mean, we need to walk the talk. So this is a diagram that I use to talk about peace engineering and circular economy. Every time when we teach, we educate people, especially in engineering and the sciences. We like to innovate. We do problem solvings. Every time we innovate, we solve something, we are going to do some damage. Okay, we need to be aware of that, and we need to fix it, and we need to bring it back into the classroom. This is the feedback loop. Everything has been linear, so in most of the models I've seen is linear, goes from left to right. We don't close the loop. Okay, examples. This was a study being carried out in the Amazon. Amazon has many countries share the Amazon: Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Venezuela, Bolivia. And they were doing a study on these animals, leopards, if you can see them, okay? But the politicians decided to open the land for cattle, soybean. They tried to make that system linear. Go clear the land, burn the land, it's yours, and I'll give you access to the land. So I was born in Bolivia, so I'm using the example of Bolivia, and I also lived in Brazil. So the question that I have for you is, these forest fires are limited to those borders of those countries? As the smoke reach other parts of the world? Why can't other countries have some saying in what these other countries are doing with burning the Amazon? Question for everybody. I love this girl. She is beginning to change everybody. And I wish she can change president, my president. So I love this image. Something that is very positive too is that, and I feel sorry that we are leaving behind a world that is messed up, and we're leaving this to you guys, the youth, Generation Z. I think we can work together and take ownership of all these grand challenges and solve them. More challenges. Okay, let's talk about Facebook. I'm going to be honest with you. I never have created a Facebook account because I knew they were going to manipulate my information. Everybody's into AI, machine learning. It's interesting. It would be okay if you are the owner of your data. And I take my hat off for Europe. But in most of the countries, the data is owned by the corporations and they can manipulate you to the point that in this country, the US, democracy is at risk. It's for sale, okay? We have challenges with the refugee. We have challenges with justice. We have challenges with transparency. We have a big challenge of the great divide, rich and the poor. Are these engineering issues? I think they are. Can we measure this? Yes, we can. Can we do analysis on all this? Yes, we can. Can we predict what's going to happen? Yes, we can. I was in Chile when this happened. This is Chile. Less than 1% of the population controls over 50% of the GDP. You tell me what that entails. Like I said, I was born in Bolivia. Fraud, because some people want to keep power corrupts. We need to rotate. But people think that once they're in power, they can become close to gods. And that cannot happen. So corruption, transparency. And this is in Lebanon. These are just snapshots of last year. I started in November 2018. I'm just summarizing 2019. Okay, and there's a lot more. Okay, the other news we got from the United Nations is the rate of extinction. We're killing our environment at an exponential rate. That curve is similar to the COVID, isn't it? Exponential functions. I'm an electrical engineer. I like systems and systems. I don't like exponential functions because they blow up. I need to control those. Here's other challenges that have no borders. We're all on this together. Aporophobia, rejection to the poor. Racism, hey, it's hot right now in the US. Accountability, diversity, justice, sexual orientation, all of these are challenges that we all face, and they're independent of your national anthem and flag. Here are the SDGs and the grand challenges by the National Academy of Engineering for the US. They're linked, okay? They've been defined. I think this is a great, noble cause. We also jump into this, but I think we need to do more from an engineering point of view. So everybody have seen these charts about policies, markets, IP, education, sustained growth. The important topic for me is social responsibility. We always say, oh, let the government do it. Oh, it's the corporations will do it. I think social responsibility has to start at home with us. I'm responsible for contaminating the water, how much waste I generate. how much I contaminate the air by driving a car. So now we hit after COVID. This is what happened. Somebody pressed the reset button. Okay. It's not just about the virus. The whole world needs to change. We need to change everything, rethink everything, reimagine everything that surrounds us. And we need to be aware what is around the corner. That is somebody going to come up with an answer? I don't think so. This is early March. I started tracking. This is today, and it's growing. And this is making us rethink everything. So all of a sudden, we are flying as we are building. Universities got sucked into online. We've been talking about for years about online education, but all of a sudden we got sucked in. Now you got to do it. But it's not only on education, every other area in politics, every discipline has been sucked in. And again, I keep mentioning now the new concept, open science. If we're going to solve global challenges, we need to have open science, access to information. It has to be symmetric. And also an invitation to everybody. We need champions, not leaders. We got to walk our talk. You have to take ownership and do things. Okay. This is what we're living here in this country. Okay. You tell me what's happening. We're trying to make sense out of what we're living here. This is recently racism. So their system needs to be thought about. We need to really start thinking about what is going on. All models need to be modernized. So does the 17 SDGs. We need to now, those 17 SDGs, we need to measure, we need to analyze, we have to design for it, and we need to implement. These 7 SDGs have no borders. So we need a different way of thinking. It's not about engineering. Peace engineering, let me say it here, and I should have said it at the beginning, is not about engineers. It's about re-engineering every existing discipline and then create new disciplines to address the global challenges. So what does the peace engineering mean to you? This is what I use, and this is what I've been doing in my class. I look at different companies. I want my students to look at different companies, even when they have to buy toilet paper, and see which toilet paper contaminates the less. Everybody's into beef. Look what beef is. For 1 kilo beef, I need to waste 15,000 liters of water, and so on. I'm sure you've been doing this, and I take my hat if you've been doing this. So I challenge in every class, I teach senior design, to look at all these different corporations or areas of industry and look at the unintended consequences. What's the impact on the environment? And now, because of COVID, we launched with many partner universities worldwide, and students need something to do. We want them to look at their existing networks, whether they're resilient or not, whether the healthcare network is working, whether security is working, whether the water network is working. So, and measure that, and so we can tabulate and analyze and predict. So can we measure peace? Yes, we can. I work with in Colombia, and they can measure empathy, anger, trust, conflict, rejection can be measured. And we can quantify, we can do engineering, we can do science. It's about science. Can we innovate? Of course we can. This is why peace technology is important. Oops. So these are some of the results, some of the organizations that we work with. Global Peace Index from Australia, organized workshops in Colombia so we can measure. All these blobs that you see there, we're analyzing the data, and we're doing semantic analysis to try to determine what sticks out, where people are more focusing. So the CIMA positive peace data, it's more on violence and stability. The peace data standard talks more about the people talking about peace. CIMA database about conflict, build. I mean, we're doing this with a lot of students, and we're taking data from many organizations that are in that chart. At UNM, we created the Y Lab. W, what do engineers do? H, how the heck do you do that? And why is it that I have to take this class? Get to work now. Measure. So we have created a peace engineering minor at the University of New Mexico in partnership with many other universities, Drexel, UC Boulder, Stanford, Purdue, Georgia Tech, USC, and we invite your institutions to team up. We give a certificate, we give credit. Other universities will do something different, but we need to bring the context down to earth. We need to land it. I want my students to learn what's happening in Ghana, in South Africa, in Spain, in China. We need to be aware of the world, what's happening, and develop projects. So we have senior design projects that our community, they have to touch base. And our labs, we're opening the labs to be virtual so we can share. So these are topics that we have identified that we invite people to lecture on. And by these topics have a project associated where we can measure. We can do the metrics, we can do the data analytics, and that feeds back into the 17 SDGs. And I think the challenge is to flatten the climate change. So we need to keep our eye on the ball. There's no time to lose. This is no game. We need to take ownership. I already said what peace engineering is. And we can only do this if information is symmetric. We all have access. If it's asymmetric, we have conflict. So open science is very important, having access to repositories, and that will keep us transparent. And with this, I want to thank everybody once again, and I think I took a lot of time.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this mind-blowing presentation. I'm sure it was very interesting and relevant for many of us as students. Before getting to the questions, I just want to remind our audience that you can still ask questions in the Facebook and YouTube stream. We are a bit short on time indeed, but since we don't have a question right after, we might prolong it for a couple of minutes, so I'll get back to the questions. The first one I have is, how can we get engineers to be more focused on these social challenges that you talked about rather than business ones?
I would love to share with you those topics that we're identifying. This is a collection of universities identifying these topics. It's not just me. It's a group of universities, colleagues, that we're identifying those key topics that can be taught and shared by everybody, and create a bunch of case studies so we can learn from case studies and share context. Context is very important, and we don't teach that, because a solution in Uganda is not the same solution in Spain or in the US. So the context in engineering has to be very important, and always think about the unintended consequences, the impact you're going to have on the environment and your community, the network, etc.
So also related to that, and another question that was sent to us by the audience, do we need to change somehow our engineering education for peace engineering? And what should be these main changes?
I think the best, what we should do is these topics that I will share with you that we're identifying that need to be brought down to the classroom. So these topics the intention is to bring it down to the classroom. So we cannot add more classes because it's impossible. But if, for instance, if you take 1 hour on every course that you take throughout your career and talk about just one topic, that will have a tremendous impact. It doesn't mean that you have to change the entire career. Just allow for 1 class period or 2 class periods in a semester, and have somebody come and talk and open the minds to the students about a specific topic. That's the idea of these topics that we have identified. This is the, we wanna enhance the 17 SDGs by topics and bringing hands-on engineering perspective to it.
Right. We will also ask you to share those with us so that we can disseminate to our audience and to our network. And let me get to one other question. What are, in your opinion, the main lessons we have learned after the recent crisis around the globe as engineers and future engineers?
That we're all in this together, okay? This is what the virus said. This is one planet, one environment, one chance. We don't have a second chance. So we're in this together. That's the punchline.
That's very true. So maybe, so this peace engineering concept and a lot of things that you talked about are also related to politics and government decisions. How can the university and engineers, as well as engineering students, make a change?
Like I said, first of all, is talk about these topics in class. And then what I would challenge every university is to invite these leaders, political leaders, company leaders, to the university and say, okay, address these issues in front of us. Tell us, okay? Have them part of the discussion. Bring them into the dialogue. We need to partner more closely with industry, with government. They're isolated. Okay, industry needs us because we're producing the workforce for them to hire. They need to get involved with education at the same time. So we're in this together. We're not separate anymore.
All right. I also wanted to ask you a bit the Peace Engineering Consortium, about which IFEES is part of, but I think we are out of time now, so I will just mention that it exists for our audience also to check. As you saw, the work that IFEES and other organizations worldwide are doing are very important to facing the challenges. And I just want to thank you very much, Professor Ramiro Jordan. It was a pleasure having you here. We'll have now a 30 minutes break, and we'll be back in half an hour for a panel discussion about European universities beyond the pandemic. We will have Fredrik Georgsson from SEFI, Frank Gielen from EIT InnoEnergy, and Alfredo Soeiro, who already joined us earlier for a presentation about online assessment. So I hope to see you there, and thank you once again, Professor, for your very, very interesting presentation.
Thank you, and stay safe. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Whoa, 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 yeah, we are in the place to be, yeah, 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 yeah.
everyone. Welcome again to one more session of the Best Virtual Summit, the first panel discussion. Today, we will be discussing about European universities beyond the pandemic. How is COVID-19 crisis affecting European universities, and what is the future for higher education in Europe? With us, we have Frank from EIT InnoEnergy, Fredrik Georgsson, who is part of the board of directors of SEFI, and Professor Alfredo Soeiro, who you had the chance to meet earlier in his keynote about online assessment. So first, I'd like each of you to introduce a bit about your path and your work in engineering education and in education in general. And I would like to address one question to each of you. So to start with, Frank, tell us a bit about your work. And the question I have for you is, what was your organization's response to the COVID-19 crisis?
Okay, thank you. So my name is Frank Gielen, and I'm a professor of computer science in the University of Ghent in Belgium. And I'm also director of EIT InnoEnergy's education programs. And EIT InnoEnergy is one of the institutes of the EIT, specifically focusing on sustainable energy and the energy transition. We do this by a lot of things, investing in startups, doing projects with companies, but we also focus a lot on education, and we have 8 master programs in the various fields of sustainable energy, which are by design international, because those 8 master programs are organized with our 14 university partners and business schools. And so each student spends at least some time in 2 countries, sometimes in 3 countries. Now, those are not really your regular master programs. I tend to call them master programs on steroids, because they add a lot of things on top of a classical master program, in the sense that we have in each program we have a link with a business school to introduce innovation and entrepreneurship management. And then our pedagogical methodology is based on learning by doing, and meaning very active learning. So not always classroom learning, but mainly active learning, which means that we have a network of more than 500 companies and startups which have the best technology in energy. And our students are working with them on problems, solving real challenges, solving real problems. To give you an idea, last year our students made an island in Thailand completely energy independent as part of their main work in the courses. So this made it especially difficult for us to translate that into the more online versions which we were faced with the pandemic. And given the fact that InnoEnergy offers international programs to international students, we had to do a couple of things to deal with all of that. And the first thing we did is help the students, because a lot of the students that were in our programs were trapped in cities, in dorms or in apartments without too much connections to their families. So we made sure that from a financial point of view, and also from a social environment point of view, they were taken care of, and we have special programs put in place that they were safe, that they also got food in some cases, because in the very beginning of the pandemic, this was not always easy to solve. So that was our first concern. And then when we when this was taken care of, we also looked at our other stakeholders, which were mainly the universities and then the teaching staff in the universities. And we immediately made some measures which gave the teaching staff additional tools on top of what they had to do the online learning in what we called emergency mode. So emergency remote teaching, we pulled everything from the closet to help them. They already did a lot of things themselves. And then we also reached out to the university management, saying them, look guys, I mean, we're not sure that this is a one-time event. This is taking maybe much longer. It may repeat, we don't know. But since we don't know, we will kind of hope for the best and plan for the worst. But by planning for the worst, we really meant, let's see how in all those different learning activities we have, we can support you by doing an online or a mixed or a virtual or a hybrid version. And the key thing that we support them with is instructional design, because what we are convinced of in InnoEnergy is that good online or digital learning cannot happen without having some good design in usability and user experience. So InnoEnergy invested quite a lot in that and is still investing, so that even in case that the fall semester will be fully digitally delivered, it will be more than Zooming and MOOCing. So that's in short what we're doing, and I'm sure we come back on that.
Yes, thank you very much. Indeed, extreme times require important measures. And I will now move to Fredrik. Also would like to hear a bit about your work. And then the question is about what response did you experience from your students to the situation?
Thank you. Yes, my name is Fredrik Georgsson, and I'm from University of Umeå, where I work as a quality developer, as it's called, at the university level. And it's a university with about 30,000 students and more than 150 programs at different levels with all faculties. Within engineering science, we have roughly 20 engineering programs within all fields, or most fields of engineering. My background has taken me to be a board of director of SEFI, which is an engineering education association on the European level. And I also have a background in CDIO, which is an international framework for engineering education, where I've been the regional co-director for Europe for a couple of years. My research background is I'm a senior lecturer in computer science, and I've been the program director of the our software engineering program that we have in Umeå. And I've also been the faculty program director responsible for all the 20 engineering programs we have. So that's my background within engineering education. I am strongly convinced, and we will try to work really hard on the topic of the flexible curriculum. I hope that we can come back to in one way or another during the discussion. And of course, these are extraordinary times, and at least in Sweden and most of the world, we were tossed into the digitalization overnight. While stuff was happening around us. And of course, there were the immediate response from the student was to be worried. And they were mainly worried for practical stuff. Well, how will the assessment, how will the exam work now when I'm in the middle of a course, and will I pass or fail, or will my student loan expire to pay? All these practical matters floated around when we first went into this extraordinary period of time. But of course, this calmed down pretty quickly when the student realized, okay, this is going to work out. There will be a difference. I will do my attend my courses online instead of at campus, and so on and so forth. For a small group of students, or a large, depending on how you see it, of course, the going online meant that the courses that were taken at the moment, if they were taking a chemistry course with extensive lab work, that was difficult to really come up with good, acceptable solution during the circumstances that we have, and we're still working with that, having the students come in very small groups and do their labs and so on and so forth. But overall, I would say that the spirit of the students rose pretty quickly when they realized, okay, this is not by definition the end of the world. We will sort of see this through. And it's amazing how you regularly hear reports from the different courses of the different programs that the students and the teachers pull together and work together to get through this, to find solutions, to find when stuff didn't work out as good as intended in the beginning, they together solved it and came up with a much better solution and stuff like that. So that's really encouraging to see that the students takes responsibility for their learning process and are aware that, okay, this is extraordinary times. We have to sort of pull together and pull through this.
Thank you very much, Fredrik. So now I'd like to hear from Professor Alfredo about a bit of his background and about which response did you experience from educators in the COVID-19 crisis.
Okay, good afternoon, and congratulations to BEST for this initiative and specifically this debate. We will have these points of view that are different. Myself, I've started working on online many years ago, and I was working with continuing education and lifelong learning, and then joined Eden. Eden is celebrating 30 years next year, so you see how long this has been. Personally, I've been involved in online teaching and let's say less formal activities of the university, like the lifelong learning and the professional development, for a long time. In particular, I think that what is important is that the participation in all these organizations, including BEST, it's very important to exchange ideas and to understand what other people are doing, why they are doing, what are their problems, etc. It's a very good form of learning, at least for me. I was pro-rector of the university for continuing education and with an emphasis on e-learning. And let me tell you that it's not very easy to create these transformations without some structural changes like what you have seen in the last months. This experience from educators was motivated by this exceptional situation where we were and we still are up to a certain point. And let me tell you that what I've seen, not only in my university and in my country and in other countries, was a very, how do I say, concerned attitude from teachers to start doing something they have never done, or most of them have never done before. And there were several initiatives, either from teachers' organizations or from educational associations like Eden, ICDE, EADTU. EADTU, for instance, is an association of distance teaching universities in Europe, very old, very experienced. They have good webinars. Eden is also the European Distance Education Network. It works for a long time. And they helped somehow those that were not helped, those educators that were not helped by their own institutions to address this challenge. Now, the issue that I've seen and that is a major concern for me is that most of the approaches from the educators was to transpose the face-to-face context to the online environment. And that's not how it works, because things are different. The pedagogy or the andragogy are different when you're teaching online, and therefore the learning, because the learning is also different. So you really have to have a certain how do I say, training to do this. I've seen lots of professors, some of my colleagues, that just pick up their materials, they put them on the learning platform like Moodle, and they said, this is it. You study. This is now how it works. So I was just reading a point from Pierre Dillenbourg. I don't know if you know, but he was the father, between commas, of MOOCs in Europe. He was the promoter of the first European MOOC summit, and he was fighting with Coursera and with other American organizations to have our own European. She managed to have the Open Ed up and other European initiatives. But Pierre Dillenbourg was mentioning the post-COVID problem, which is something that I have not seen, is the question of inequality. But it's not inequality of access in terms of quality of internet or computers and everything. It's the preparation of the educators. Most of the educators were not prepared to this challenge, and the time was not enough to prepare them. So, like I said, most of the educators just virtually transform their face-to-face classes into virtual classes. They recorded classes, etc. And they said, this is it. But it's not the same thing. And that, I think, was what happened. Most of them were not prepared, did not have time to prepare, and even with the good initiatives from many organizations, even national organizations or institutional initiatives, it was not enough. It's something that I think we'll address later when we discuss the future, and I'll come back to this.
Thank you very much, Frank.
Yes, I would like to comment on Alfredo's statements, because I really believe this is spot on in terms of online learning is not translating your classroom session into a Zoom session. And we should really stress this, because the big risk which I see is that now a lot of academics are saying, yes, we made a major step forward in moving from classroom to digital. And that's true. I mean, the effort has been tremendous. But this is not the end point, because while we as academics think we have made a major step forward, we should think about the students. And so we have started doing surveys with the students. What did they think about what happened in the last 3 months? How did they feel about the teaching and the learning? And it's clear that they don't have the same perception as we do. And it's exactly where this different way of working comes in. And so I'm sure we're going to talk more about this, but the risk is that by stopping here, you will give, I would say, food to the discussion which says, well, online learning can never be as good as classroom teaching. And that is simply not true, but you have to do it in the right way with trained faculty members and with support from a good staff. And if we have a huge opportunity now, but if we stop here, it will be gone. So, and we'll talk more later.
I also would like to comment on that. I think, like you said, it's spot on what Alfredo said. We also have to acknowledge that the difference in digital competence amongst the teachers are enormous, meaning that some are really doing good stuff, were doing good stuff before the COVID crisis, and some are not. They're just putting themselves in front of a camera and pressing record and then distributing the movie online, which we know is not a good way to do, to provide a good situation for learning. I had a discussion with the pedagogical unit at the university, and of course we had a constant development of the digital skills for online teaching among the staff. And I asked them, how big a step forward have we taken now during this last couple of, well, the months we've been doing this? And they estimated we've done a quantum leap of 3 to 4 years forward. And of course, it would be easy to just lean back and say, okay, now we've done our bit. We are ahead 3 to 4 years, but it doesn't work that way, because what we've done now, in general, there are of course exceptions of teachers that are exceptionally good at this, but in general, we learned the technological platforms. We will learn so how Zoom works. We will learn how the different tools work, and now it's time to start working on the pedagogical aspect of it. It's time to start working on how do we assess work online, because we see a lot of attempts to trying to take the exam situation where the student is locked up in a room, given a sheet of paper and asked to write everything they know on this piece of paper. And we spend a lot of people spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to prevent students from cheating and stuff like that. But I think, and I'm extremely convinced that if the problem is that a student are allowed to Google, then we're asking the wrong question in our exams. And I think we really have to address this topic as well, regardless of Corona or digitalization or not. We really have to work on how we assess our students in general. The span is enormous between good and bad.
Thank you very much for all your input. That's indeed a very interesting topic, and we'll get back to it soon. In the meantime, I want to remind our audience that you can watch questions, you can ask questions in the live stream comment section, both in Facebook and YouTube. So feel free to drop your questions. We'll try to introduce them. And we have one question from the audience, which is, was there any cooperation between European universities in collectively fighting the pandemic? I don't know if any of you would like to answer on some specific thing.
Well, I can say something from InnoEnergy, but that's a small view of the world. So since we are a consortium of universities, they started to look at how they could work together with the pandemic. But in the first 3 months, I mean, everybody had so much work and focus to get things right at their own university that the collaboration work will now come in the long-term view. And certainly in the online learning and teaching, we have now universities which say, well, let's make a common virtual course with common learning activities so that each one can duplicate them, or at least that students can easily take one course from one university and one from another and still have their degree. But on the short term, I mean, it was survival and trying to get things right for graduation exams. That's it from my side.
So, Eugenia?
Yeah, okay. Then we now change a bit the topic. I have a question for all of you, where input can start. Talking basically, we already have mentioned challenges in moving, in facing this quite unique situation. So in the readiness of professors, like what would you think has been the biggest challenge to overcome in being suddenly faced with the COVID crisis? Who wants can start?
Yeah, I can start.
Yes.
The immediate biggest challenge was to grasp what was going on and what has to be done. And that was on several different layers. Of course, on the technological layers, we had to make sure we had enough so that Zoom didn't crash when all of a sudden most of the world were going online on Zoom or some other platform. And so that was sort of the infrastructure work we had to work with. And then we had to learn those who had never used an online e-learning tool to do it, basically. So that was an enormous challenge for the pedagogical unit at universities, I'm sure all around Europe, to quickly educate the teachers that was going to educate the students. And then now we're moving into, like I said earlier, we're moving into a situation where we need to improve what we are actually doing. A lot of shady work is going on with regard to teaching quality or learning quality. So that are the biggest challenges right now, as I see it. And of course, we have to we have ticked them off one by one. From a technological point of view, we are up and running with our system. It is still difficult to get hold of more servers, so at least the video streaming service we use at our university is still lacking behind a little bit due to a server hole in Stockholm that's not been able to acquire the right amount of servers, physical servers. But Zoom, for instance, is run on virtual servers, so it was very easy to expand that capacity for Sweden and Scandinavia, at least. I guess it's holds for the rest of the world. So those are the biggest challenges right now, and how we have worked with them. Okay,
thanks. And so yeah, elaborating on that example from Professor Alfredo, I also heard before you were talking about the fact that educators sometimes were missing some training. So like, for example, like, would you also want to elaborate on like what was missing from the educator side? So like, what do you think was the missing knowledge or skills?
Okay. This question of the quality of open and distance learning, I was this weekend taking a look at some of my old courses. One of them was precisely quality of open and distance learning with very old friends from KU Leuven and other universities. And this question comes from many years. So there is a concern about quality of e-learning or virtual learning or online learning, open and distance learning, like it was called many years ago. But the point is that it's not the same thing, it's different. So you really have to take into consideration the engagement of students, because if you put it online and you put videos and recorded sessions, you cannot engage students. You have to communicate with students. You have to make the proper scheduling of the classes and do something that it's not spoken very much, but it's fundamental for online learning, which is the person that looks at the behavior of each student or each learner. Because I've learned that from the professional development, from the lifelong learning courses online. Everyone is different, and everyone needs to have some kind of mentoring or tutoring or what we had a project just to define dysfunction, which was coordinated by the Vienna University of Technology, which was called facilitator. You have to have a facilitator, someone that facilitates the learning for online. And all these things have to be learned and have to be trained. For instance, I remember just a story. A master at the University of Wisconsin in Madison, where each learner had to sign a contract with the school for attending the course, but the wife or the husband had to sign the course too, because they were going to spend so much time working online that the family had to agree. So you see, there are things that we don't consider usually in the face-to-face, but you have to consider online, because online is perpetual, it's 24 hours a day, and people use it in different ways. And the way you have to prepare your teaching and verify the learning, or at least follow the learning of each student, is different from what you do face-to-face. And this preparation is something that was lacking. And we have these webinars, of course, made by Eden, by EADTU, by ICDE, which is International Council of Distance Education. They had a great webinar about assessment, what Frank just mentioned just some moments ago. I mean, these questions are very important, and it was very difficult to handle when we have to deal with colleagues that are not minimally aware of that the pedagogy that they use in the face-to-face is not the same you use in online.
Okay, thanks. And and related to this, we actually also have a question from the public that they ask, like, this is a question for everyone, like, do you think that the university are ready and open to support the educators in gaining these new necessary skills, like to improve their digital delivery? Or
well, I can answer some of that. I mean, like in any change or innovation that is happening, whether it's in industry, in media, or in health, even you have the universities that are the front runners. And for sure, there are a number of universities that are leading this. And if you look at those, I mean, the core is always supporting their teaching staff by investing in an instructional design team or a learning design team, training the teaching assistants in that, and providing the necessary support structure. The ones that are more behind this, I mean, they still believe that it's mainly a problem of technology, which it is not. I mean, it's a problem of methods and pedagogy. And that's where the real teaching comes forward. And what always strikes me in education and research in education and online is that we have done 20, 30 years of research in what is the best ways of doing it, but we apply so little for it. So if we start by applying what we know already, we will make a big step forward. And like I said, I mean, the ones that will be building the universities of tomorrow are the ones that are seeing this as the vision for their education.
Okay, thanks for the input. And then another question that we had still for you, Frank, that since you probably like you deal with several different universities, still elaborating on this, do you think that then the online infrastructure that university had was an issue? You kind of mentioned now that it's more on pedagogy.
Well, of course, I mean, you have to have everything right. I mean, you need to have the right pedagogy, you need to have a sufficiently scalable infrastructure. And some universities were not ready for this, and because this took them by surprise. And if you suddenly have to move thousands of students online, it may not be sufficient to work with your own IT infrastructure. But also there, I think, I mean, universities have quickly taken the emergency measures by renting or leasing capacity or fixing this. And at least in the 14 universities that we have had, we didn't see any problem with the infrastructure. Also because, and this was a very smart by many of the teachers, when they had online sessions, they always had a plan B or a back channel. And this was a guidance we gave them. If you organize a course on Zoom or Teams or whatever, make sure that you have a plan B communication channel in case you have capacity problems or whatever. And we had to use that in a couple of ways, but at least it made clear that when you use technology, I mean, don't think it will always work. Make sure that you think about contingency plans and things that need to be in place, not to leave 100 students online waiting for something they don't know what's going to happen next.
Thank you very much. Still on this topic, so it affected a lot that transition to online was not done right by everyone, of course. But there are many different fields of engineering, and we have two people from the background of more computer, electrical engineering, and one civil engineering. Do you think there are differences in this field? Are there engineering fields that are easier to move online and others that face more problems? Whoever wants to add to this.
Yeah, I can do that. But yeah, I mean, the ones that require labs are probably more difficult because there are a lot of people working on remote laboratories, and there is a network, a European network, several conferences on remote laboratories, and those engineering areas that require labs, that probably it's a problem, but it's not impossible, and it is something that has to be worked out. And taking this opportunity of this situation, because I think that later we'll talk about the future, because I think universities will have to handle this. But taking advantage of the situation where we are now, it's just a question of seeing where these people are doing. I've seen incredible laboratory experiments made virtually with simulation techniques and with immersive reality and augmented reality that you can reproduce at home and you can work with it. So, but some engineering areas require more laboratory work than others. I think that's the only difference. Everything else, I think, is similar.
Right. In case you don't have anything to add to this question, Frank, you have something?
Yes, because yeah, I'm sure that it's different for different types of engineering, but it also leads to the question on how we organize the lab work today. And because if you take a scenario where you say, look, as long as we don't have a vaccine against COVID-19, we will have to deal with this. And so some of our university partners are looking at rescheduling the courses and the labs so that the likelihood of the lab work to be done in a low COVID contamination period, which allows travel, is more likely. So this is also impacting how we organize the labs and the things. So, and the important part is that, I mean, there can be solutions for all of this, but we really need to think with a blank sheet of paper. And I can say that, for instance, again, in the area of international students, one of our partner universities made a deal with other universities in the world who had similar labs, that students could do lab work in their labs. And they're still working on that. But this is really where you see that collaboration between universities becomes really meaningful for education, because we have all this infrastructure. Why not share it?
Thank you very much. So we are yeah, go ahead.
If I can say something, there is a very good, in Germany, a very good medical school that it's made precisely on the cooperation of several universities to recreate the virtual situations for medical students. And they are doing it very well. We can learn with them. So this is why I'm saying that this cooperation with others and with associations and with other things that have already been done and are being done are very useful. I was just reading right now a news from a famous online blogger about what is happening with Cambridge. Cambridge next year won't have any face-to-face classes. They have decided that all will be online. So if they can do it, of course, with the proper structure, with the proper training of students, the students and teachers, I think everyone can do it also. So that would be my comment about this question.
Yeah, I guess we all agree on that, that we need to implement the learnings and the research that has been going on for many years in the field. So yeah, we also answered one of the questions that was from the audience, exactly about this topic of laboratories. And I would like to ask Fredrik, how do you think that this crisis affected learning for the students? And if you think that the current generation of students will be affected, like having a knowledge gap, or in other ways?
No, I don't really think so. We see from the period of March to June a slight decrease in the actual sort of performance of the students if we compare to last year. But that's 2% unit from 70% to 68%. So that's a very slight decrease. It depends on a lot of stuff. From that point of view, I don't think that this will be a lost generation, that I lost sort of a lot of knowledge. We will, of course, adapt, and the hardest part still is the lab situation to come up with a good solution there. And the learning of the students, what we see amongst our students is that we had a survey going on with the students, and they, to some degree, thought that the quality of the online teaching was lower than the normal teaching that they had just sort of the weeks before. And of course, that we have to work with to increase our knowledge on how to do online teaching. But we also saw that students, some students have a problem with lack of motivation when you go online. You sit alone in your room trying to study without a social context. And if you're sort of prone to procrastination, it's of course not a good thing to be all of a sudden tossed into a situation where you basically can watch Netflix all night and get up whenever you want. So it is stressful for some students to find new strategies how to cope with this very new situation. In Sweden, we have for a long time seen a big difference in performance amongst distance education and traditional university education. I'm pretty sure we see that in other countries as well. So now it's a sort of a great opportunity to see if the difference in performance in these two classes of education is dependent on the fact that there are different kinds of students that are attracted to the two different modes of education. And now we all of a sudden have campus students who have actively chosen to go on campus that are sort of tossed into online learning. So it's really, really exciting to see if we will have a massive drop of performance to the normal online course level. But I do not think we will see that. And I hope we don't see that.
Thank you very much. Frank, you have something?
Yes, I would like to add an important observation into this, because I said that in our program we focus a lot on active learning in companies and so on. And one of the things we kind of noticed immediately is that well, all the companies and organizations in the world are also impacted by Corona, and a lot of them are now switching to remote working and remote collaboration. And so they want their new employees to be able to work in such a setting. And that kind of, when we discussed about this with the students, it becomes clear that, yes, I mean, this is a big change, but it's not a change of throwing away time, because they learn new skills to collaborate and communicate online, work in teams across the world. And that's what the employers need. So I think it's, well, it's a good thing with a bad thing. They develop non-engineering skills, which are the personal skills, but maybe those are even more important at some point.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So also on this topic, I'd like to address this question to Alfredo. How did the situation impact evaluation of the students that are currently studying and getting their evaluations online out of a sudden? Do you think there is a big problem with this, and what solutions are there?
Well, I addressed the issue in the 2 hours ago, but in any case, I think what happened with, at least with most of my colleagues, was they just decided to make the evaluation based on essays and I wouldn't call homeworks, but research on this and work solving this big problem, etc. It was, let's say, the solution that most of my colleagues used to evaluate the students. What the school did was postpone the exam period, and they are starting today, precisely today, they are starting the examination face-to-face. Of course, we have to stay, or the students have to stay 2 meters or 3 meters apart, but basically it's the same as before, with exams as before, because they decided to postpone the exam period. But most of my colleagues didn't want to find online assessment modes. And believe me, this is done in many universities. I was watching EduTech in Asia, which is a big consortium of using technology in education, and it was about assessment. And one of the universities that was there was the Monash University from Australia, which I knew already. But the numbers are incredible. They have about 350,000 exams to handle online, and they do it. There are methods to do it, and they do it. So there are, how do I say, lots of examples that can show that it can be done online. Of course, this question of which one is better, the online and the face-to-face, this is a very old, there used to be a portal that was about precisely the topic of which one was best, and there were arguments back and forth. Personally, I think learning is learning, and you have different tools, and all of them work if the teaching is done properly.
All right, thank you very much for your thoughts. So right now we are a bit past halfway through our panel. I just want to remind everyone watching this that you can still ask questions on Facebook and YouTube. And before moving to the topic of more of the future, I just have one small question from the audience, which is, what is your opinion on the reduction of the tuition fee in full online semesters? Any of you would like to comment on this?
Yes, let me comment on that. Because what InnoEnergy has done is we have reduced the tuition fees with 50% if the semester is fully online. And that's because, of course, we don't want to lose the students. We want to keep them, and we want to also know that in this transition period, this is not always meeting their expectations. So this is more like to make sure that the student experience that is not optimal is compensated. However, on the other hand, and that's a debate we have to have at all the universities, if you look at the real cost of education and also the cost and the effort that is needed to make high quality education, somebody will have to fund this in a better way than today. Because if you look at how the funding works at the university, I think education is at a very low level of funding and does not always allow us to do the right things. So should it be the students that pay? Not always. And but for the moment, I mean, until we have a better running rate on this, we reduced the tuition fees. but it's not sustainable, because if we do this 2, 3, or 4 semesters in a row, I mean, or universities will get in financial troubles, and we will just disappear, and we don't want that.
I can comment. In Sweden, we don't have a tuition fee, so we haven't had to take that into consideration. So I really can't tell what my opinion are. It seems that the government has changed the rules for the student loans that are taking, so they're not obliged to pay them back in the same rate as usual. So there is some adaptation to the COVID situation, but it's not on this scale.
If I can say something about it, I think that you have seen the quality will probably motivate the decisions of the universities and the governments. But of course, in those countries where you have to pay, like for instance in the United States, you have Stanford saying, we won't reduce the fees, because if you want a diploma from Stanford, it doesn't matter that it's face-to-face or online, you have to pay. But at the same time, Stanford has done other things, for instance, for the area that I know well, which is the continuing professional development, lifelong learning, and let's say training for active engineers. They placed, some years ago, they placed all their courses online. All their courses from Stanford are online for free. But if you want a certificate from Stanford, you have to make the exam, and that costs money. So models will evolve, as far as I know, as I understand. Models of the universities will evolve a lot, because in any case, the university is the only one that can ensure that the person with a diploma or a certificate has the right competences. And that has to be paid either by public money or by private money from the companies, but somebody will do that. But ensuring that the universities are the ones that society recognizes as the one that can ensure the competences of the graduates.
Okay, thank you all very much. So if anybody has more inputs, I would move to, as João mentioned, more the impact that all these crises will have on the future. So first a question again to all of you who wants to answer. So how do you think that this COVID-19 crisis that happened will impact and change education in the years to come, so when the pandemic will be over? Fredrik?
Yeah, of course, we're taking the quantum leap that I talked about earlier of going 3 to 4 years into the future on the digitalization. So that we have to take care of, and then to put a real effort into actually becoming good at doing online education and not just having the technical platform for it. What we've seen in Sweden, and I think other countries as well, is that in April there was the application for the program starting in September, and we saw a change in the interest amongst the young people, what kind of programs they were going for. And we see that nursing and medical doctors has a sharp increase. To some extent, engineering also increased, while other professions like teacher actually had a decrease. So what we can say is that the changing world will also have an influence in what the youth want to learn and study. And we see that going into nursing, medicine, engineering indicates that the youth actually want to help and solve the problems of this world. So that I think we have to take into account, and this of course will change more times than just now. And universities of course has to have a have to expect this from future generation of youth coming into university, that their interest in education and the specific topics they are interested in studying will change. And we have seen a lot. There was a discussion earlier about Alfredo about the value of a diploma. One could argue that the value of a diploma perhaps is not as high as in the future as today, and people want to have skills, and the skills will be valued more than actually a paper stating that you have the skills, and being able to show the skills perhaps by being active during your year as a student. And we see that in really hot areas like computing today, that computer students are actually, it doesn't matter if they have a diploma or not. They get a job during their studies, and they're sort of yanked out of their education after 2 or 3 years, perhaps 4, on a 5-year program. And that's a problem for us as a university, because we will lose a lot of students. But of course, it's an asset for the company that can cherry pick the skills as they go through the system. So in the future, I would say that the university has to be open, that the value of a diploma is not as high as it is today. And then you have to really start asking yourself, what is then the value of higher education? If we take the example with Stanford earlier, what would, if the Stanford diploma, of course that's an extreme case, but if that all of a sudden wasn't worth anything and Stanford were giving away their courses, what is Stanford then? But we as a university has to look into the effect of the digitalization, and perhaps different business models on how to, what are we really offering our clients, and who are our clients, and have that kind of thinking and discussion internally. You see a lot of, you don't see a lot of that in, at least not from the horizon I can overview.
Thank you. Wanted to add?
Yes, I certainly agree with this, because one of the things that COVID has created is a focus on education and how we teach, and mainly how the students learn. And it forces us to change, because by moving into a lot of the emergency remote teaching, and I call it Zooming and MOOCing, we hear a lot from the students. Well, I mean, it's replacing the classroom by a Zoom does not help me. We really want to learn in a different way. And that is where the change will come, because you want to learn to have a good job and to have a good life, not to just repeat what has been said in an ex cathedra course. And that will be a big change for a lot of our faculty staff, because, I mean, for ages, education has been focused on a lot on this in the university lecture rooms. And when I see the reactions of our students on this whole change, it's mainly this: what is the value of coming here? Why would I join a program in InnoEnergy or in any university if I can follow the same course online from Stanford for free? And in some cases, it will be the diploma, but I'm sure, I mean, I'm absolutely sure that the main driver will be how will it shape and impact their future career-wise and in the job world. And that's the challenge we're facing, preparing the young generation to have the jobs that have impacts in the future.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes,
if I can add
please.
something, just to say that, in fact, I expect the future universities to be in a blended mode, because online has several advantages that I think they are appreciated by everyone. I talk about accessibility. I talk about the question of the personalization with micro modules and personal pathways to get their skills, or I prefer competencies, including skills in the competencies. I think also that there's a lot of clarity on online. You have very clear outcomes. I mean, when Frank was mentioning about the question of why am I here, the learning outcomes is something that will be more and more motivating the definition of the teaching, and therefore the learning. And the fourth idea that I have is the flexibility, because with the online you have much more flexibility than on the face-to-face in terms of scheduling, in terms of pace of study, everything. And the last one is independence. I think that the learners in the future will, some of them will prefer online learning because they will be able to choose whatever they want and aggregate several competencies that will be useful for their lives. And that will continue throughout the life, not just 18 to the 21 years. I think it will be a real lifelong learning that it's only possible with an online approach.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you for your input. So I heard from like all of you saying that, of course, the difference would be also in outcomes. And elaborating on what you, Alfredo, just said, I wanted to ask you, there was also another question that we had. You also said that probably not only what is delivered, but also the methods, you think they will change. So like you think that in the future anyway, universities will move more to an online environment, or not? Alfredo, yeah.
It's for me. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I think any of us would answer, because I understood that all of us have experience and interest in what's going on. So personally, I think that some of the universities will use more online because it's probably cheaper on one hand, and also because this question of the pandemic will not go away very soon. I mean, until, I'm not talking about the vaccine or anything, it's just the fact that the online option is on the table, and that was not on the table 3 months ago, and now it is. And I think if you know something about learning styles, I think lots of students prefer the online learning than the face-to-face for personal reasons and for habits, for even living outside or away from university. So we'll see. I think a blended mode will be frequent in all universities.
Yes, Fredrik. Then also we have inputs from Frank.
I totally agree that we will go blended after this. We already now have a discussion on, because we have some really big courses with 300-400 students. We'll cram them into big auditorium and try to teach them algebra and derivatives and whatnot. And of course that doesn't work. I mean, if you're a new student, new to university, you're sitting in a big auditorium with 300-400 other people, you don't raise your question and tell the lecturer, hey, I didn't get that. So those courses, we will still have them, but they will go into some other form of delivery that is much better suited for that big volume courses that we for economical reasons need to have, really. So I think that's I totally share that we will go blended after this.
Frank, you also had inputs.
Yes, and what I wanted to say on the topic and the semantics of blended is that for specifically also for engineering faculties, blended will be more than combining online and offline. because it will also be blending disciplines in a more multidisciplinary way, which we started doing, but it becomes clear that if you have to deal with crises, that you need engineers, but you also need other people to come to the solution due to the complexity of it. And it would also be blending learning with working. We have a number of universities in Europe who are already doing this. You can spend a semester in the university and then spend 6 months working, come back. So this additional flexibility in building blocks and blending working with learning online and offline, and with taking studies from another discipline or working on another discipline, is what I believe will be the predominant direction for the future.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Interesting. And so still on a similar topic. At the very beginning, we had, I don't remember from whom, but we mentioned that there have been a lot of changes now, that it's important to not just let them fade into dust, let's say. What do you think are the changes that we should, let's say, actively act for, make them permanent, even after the pandemic will be over, not to just lose the work that has been done? And anybody who has inputs can answer.
I go ahead, Frank. Go ahead.
No, well, one of the things I wanted to say is that a lot of the universities will realize that they need to train their staff for learning and teaching. Because I know a lot of places where a young postdoc starts to teach and they have not have any training or ample training. And when you look at the online learning activities, you need to really design this. You have to think about user experience, about interaction, all up front. You're not just reading from your slides, but you need training for that. And for me, this is the big thing that has to be put in place. I mean, if we want to do this better in the future, let's focus on making our trainers and our teaching staff excellent by giving them the right tools and knowledge to teach. Also, teachers have to learn. And that's maybe sometimes a difficult challenge to achieve.
Alfredo, you also wanted to say something?
Say that in terms of what we are, let's say, expecting, is that we will have more and more universities and institutions working on the new approaches, because I think that students will force the change. They will ask for possibility of using online materials, possibility of doing of skipping classes and staying at home and seeing the recorded session, etc. So I think the change will happen, but it will happen mostly, from my point of view, from the part of the students that will be more demanding for that option, because I think there will be a lot of students asking for that option.
Yeah, I agree with that, because I mean, as within any change program, you need to have all the stakeholders on board to make this change happen and make it stick. And we focus a lot on the teaching staff, but in the end of the day, we should also think about the students, about the parents who are concerned about the future of their students, and also the university management, because very often, I mean, we see a lot of good teachers with real motivation to change things. But if you don't have the support from the university management and it's not written into the strategy, it can be a lonely fight. So I think by beginning to address all the stakeholders in what we call education or higher education, this should really be helpful.
Thank you very much for your opinions. We will have one final question since we are almost finishing. I'm going to address this question to all of you. I'd like to hear each of your opinions, and it connects a lot to what we can expect from the future. So my question is, what is the importance of on-campus education? And will universities become 100% online at some point, or is the on-campus experience still a very important part of that process? So maybe we can start with Fredrik, and then.
I think it is a very long time until we are totally rid of the on-campus, because at least right now, the bulk of the students want to be on campus. They tend to go to the big universities because they want to be with other young people, to have the student life, to do the thing you're expected to do when you're a student. So there will be campus education for a very long time, I'm pretty sure of that. But we see now a large increase of the number of students that are coming to university, and we will see an even sharper increase after the COVID situation of people that really has to do a career change because their old company where they work, they went bankrupt or something else. And these people are older, and they come from a much more diverse background than the sort of normal student population. And this group of students, I'm pretty sure, will be very happy with the offline campus experience. It will tie in much better with their life, where they are right now. They have a family, they have totally different settings than if you're 18, 19 coming right into university for the first time. So the short answer is yes, there will be both off and online campuses.
Very much. Frank, would you like to go next?
Yes. So, well, I mean, in answering the question, what is the impact on online campus? It will never go away, because I mean, there is an experience there. You meet people, you live things which are a once in a lifetime experience. But maybe the question we should ask ourselves, what do we mean by on campus? Because right now, I mean, it's very much restricted to the university building and life around the university. And maybe the on-campus experience should be or could be more diverse. And on-campus can mean on 2 or 3 campuses. I mean, today you already have programs in business schools that rotate amongst a number of campuses to give students an experience in Asia, in Europe, and in the United States. So maybe that's a concept to think of. Should the campus always be in an academic geographical setting, or should it be expanded into companies, research organizations, and what to think about the concept of a pop-up campus? This is one of the concepts that we have been discussing in InnoEnergy, that if flexibility is required due to COVID, but also because it is better, well, why not have pop-up campuses where you have sudden, very intense weeks where you bring everybody together and then they go away again? So for me, it's more what is the campus of the future, but it will not go away, never.
Frank, Alfredo?
Yeah, I think that it will not go away. I agree with Frank and Fredrik. It's going to be there for several reasons. It's going to be there, even if it is just temporary or periodical, the meetings, but it will happen. And lots of students like the group work and the interaction with the colleagues and with the professors, and that is mandatory. I had dean when I was studying in the United States, and when we were discussing these things, she was dean of education, and she said, there's nothing that will replace the eye-to-eye between a professor and a student. Nothing. You cannot do that on the web. That's what she meant.
And I, at a certain point, I believe her. There's nothing like the interaction you can have on face-to-face. So that I think they're on campus, depending on the extent, but the campus will still be there in the future.
All right. Thank you very much for your input. Thanks to all of you for your inputs on this question and the previous ones. I think we are having a very interesting discussion. We still had some questions, but we will have to wrap it up. For the ones that are watching the stream and didn't watch the full thing, it will be published in the future, so you can also watch it later on. Also, tomorrow we will have several keynotes and interviews about innovation in education. So we will also talk about some of the things that we discussed here and see some examples of specific universities and organizations already doing change in the education field. And later today, we will also have a podcast about the best educational involvement. So if you're interested, you're also welcome to tune in. And once again, thank you very much for accepting our invitation and for coming here. Also, thanks to everyone that made this panel discussion possible. And we hope to see you in the next sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was
Thank
a
you.
pleasure. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Fredrik.
Bye.
Bye, Frank.
Bye.
Bye, João and Eugenie. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are in the place to be. Yeah, we are in the place to be.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this first podcast of the BEST Virtual Summit. In the coming 45 minutes, we will talk about educational involvement in BEST, but also besides BEST, and about the impact that we can have on our stakeholders. I am Fleur, your host for tonight, and with me I have some special guests. They all had a role or will have a role to play in the coordination of the Educational Involvement Department of BEST. So let's ask them how they're doing. Guests, how you're feeling tonight. You can unmute yourselves.
Good, very good. Thanks for having us.
Excited. Awesome. Yay. That sounds good. Thank you all. So I have my first question ready. It's burning on my lips, and that's, who are you, and what did you do to become involved in educational involvement in BEST, or maybe even without broader than BEST? So we will answer this question in chronological order. So let's start with the one who has the most life experience here, and that's João. So go ahead, João, and tell us who you are.
Hi, thanks for the diplomatic way of putting the fact that I'm the oldest here. So my name is João Ray. Since in BEST there's so many Joaos, then back in my days people would call me Ray. And I've been in BEST, or I was in BEST a long time ago. And one of the reasons why I decided to join was that at the time, the university that I was studying in didn't have a BEST group. And we were very jealous of the university next door that had a BEST group. And they could travel to all these amazing events. So we got together with a group of friends in Almada, and we decided to start our BEST group back then in 2002, 2003. So back then, the reason to do that was we really wanted to explore Europe and connect with other European students. And already back then, I was a little bit involved with the educational committees in the university and kind of shaping the education there. And when I heard that BEST had this international side of it, which was back then it was a committee, international involvement on educational matters, then I was really fascinated by it. And I was like, wow, these guys are really taking a stance on certain topics and certain issues. The big discussion back then was the Bologna process, which for you is ancient history. But back then it was a very hard fought for discussion, and a lot of position papers were being put forward, a lot of discussion between students and administration of universities, harmonization of education throughout Europe. So we were quite involved back then already with SEFI, with thematic networks, trying to give students point of view of how their education works. Then I was kind of lucky to have in my year a bit of a transition year where most of the members at our summer meeting for our BEST educational involvement were fresh. So we just took a look at the old archives from the 90s of BEST educational involvement, and we were in absolute awe of what these guys were writing, the ambition, taking certain positions. And we were very inspired by what for me, what these old dudes were doing. So we took that as a sort of a rallying cry for the team to achieve the same in that year. So that was kind of like the beginning, was really just trying to shape a little bit more the educational side of what BEST was doing at the time. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you so much. It's really inspiring to hear this. And it's also very inspiring to hear that even you were already looking at the past and then learning from it. I think we can certainly do the same and let this podcast be again the start of looking into a little bit of history of educational involvement. So next we go to Marta, who was Educational Involvement Coordinator from 2015 to 2016. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marta Cortesão. I'm from Porto, from Portugal. So my start in educational involvement in BEST really started as most of us. We are, as students, we kind of wish that some things are different, and we have our own ideas on how it could be better. Not only our classes, but even our study program. Many of us kind of have to when we can go pick the subject so that we make our own path. And as soon as I found out that BEST was actually involved in this in a really, really well thought way, then I knew I had to be part of it. And what mostly surprised me was that it's not only a bunch of students trying to make a change, it's actually working. And it's working in a very scientific approach. And I mean, I'm a scientist, so it was super cool for me to see that this was being done in a really good way, where we can actually get the students' opinions and actually gather all the data and put it into scientific papers and show it into conferences. So for me, that was super attractive. And knowing that we can actually make a change with that, yeah, so for me, that was the main reason why I joined. And in that time, we were kind of ending all these thematic networks projects. So there were not so many international projects being financed by the European Commission anymore. So ProVip was one of the last ones, talking about virtual internships. And BEST kind of had to think about new ways of promoting ourselves, of finding new partners, of maybe getting into new projects. And yeah, so writing papers and going to conferences was a big part of this promotion that we had to do for our educational involvement. Not only within BEST, but for outside, so that people get to know us, so that we can get into new projects. Yeah, and the main concern was also this employability and all the students, not only for us to promote ourselves, but the whole concern on education was mainly on students getting employed.
I think this will become relevant again in this period of time. We will talk about it further in the rest of the podcast for sure, about like the situation, the whole reason why we have the summit, namely COVID-19. But let's not focus on that right now, and let's go to the next one in row, which is Dragana from the year after Marta, I think, and that's 2016, 2017.
Okay, thank you. And thank you guys for this amazing initiative. So my name is Dragana Manasova. I was a member of the local BEST group in Skopje. And as I was introduced, I was coordinating the department in 2016, 2017. So when going to university, I was, of course, we experienced kind of this transition going from high school and having these big expectations. And then we come to university and we see that maybe the lectures are overfilled and maybe we're not getting this individualistic approach from professors. So I started getting really interested in education and listening to some speakers, what they were saying, how education should change. So, and then just by accident, I ended up in a BEST meeting, and it was exactly an international rally when they were talking about the training system of BEST and the educational involvement. And then I thought, okay, like this sounds very cool. And it's something that I would really love to join and find out what they do. So then I suppose the rest is history. I started taking tasks, and I remember there was this kind of very cool mentoring system that was called Kittens and Angels and Embryos. And then by the time that I got to be very active in the department, there was also the transition in BEST happening. We were moving away from committees that had this very hierarchical kind of way of functioning to something that was supposed to be flatter, and so that people would engage more easily in the departments and in the work. So a lot of the things that we did that year was focused on that, and also what Martina talked about, the transition with there was a transition in how Erasmus Plus funds were operating. So we were not getting as many grants. So we were trying also to accommodate, to kind of change the projects we do in order to reach more students.
Nice. I find it striking that you also talk about all these nicknames that we are inventing in BEST. I can assure you it still happens, so no worries about that. And about BEST, how it is now, we can move to the first educational involvement coordinator that I personally met in my own BEST career, which is the second João of tonight, but the most of us know him as Moita. So let's hear it for Moita, educational involvement coordinator of 2018 till 2019, if I'm not mistaken. And you can go.
Yep. Thank you very much. Yeah, as João already mentioned, in an international environment, I have to be called my last name because other people outside of from Portugal don't know how to pronounce João, but that's no problem. So how I got involved, I'm also from Portugal. I joined the Best Lisbon, and for my first year in Best, I was not involved in anything international, but I already had this interest about education and how the education system is structured. So when I got to know this very special department, I started attending some online meetings that were open for everyone, and I had no clue what was going on there. Actually, Dragana was there in my first meeting. But yeah, I started learning more of what Best was doing regarding this, and then I understood how important this work actually is. And basically, I fell in love with it and decided that I wanted to dedicate a bit of my time and my work in Best for this cause. And yeah, when I joined, there were some things going on. There were some ideas developing from years before, namely the creation of an advisory board, actually João is now part of. So actually my first project was related to that. I had to contact with a lot of former international presidents, coordinators of the Educational Involvement Committee and so on, to understand better how we could structure this, to have external people. And now we have very relevant people in this advisory board that sometimes provide their input for our activities. And there was also one very interesting topic going on at the time, which was the position paper that John already mentioned. We had a position paper about the Bologna process a lot of years ago. I don't remember exactly which year. But then this concept came back to life, and there was a project of structuring how we can actually do proper position papers with proper background that we can actually state what's the opinion of students about a specific topic. And yeah, throughout my mandate, we worked on having a more, okay, we didn't get into the specific work that we are doing, but we tried to connect surveys with the live events that we have and that we used to have back then, but we tried to put it in a more structured way so that by the end we can have a more clear view of what's the opinion of one specific topic. And yeah, I was lucky enough to see this process until the end, until we are going to publish, hopefully, our first position paper in the near future. I mean, second.
Cool. Cool, nice. I really find it interesting that we are doing all these surveys, and to our listeners, you will be able to participate in a survey, not for a position paper, but at least for us to gain insight in some things that are happening during this pandemic in your universities. So that's for later on, but first let's go to our last one in row, and that's the future of educational involvement in BEST. That's Daniel, or Dani for short, who will be coordinating the upcoming year. So let's introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, I'm Daniel Garcia from LPG Madrid Carlos III, or Carliño, as we are commonly known in international environment of BEST. I basically start my journey in education involvement since I started university. I basically joined the university. I was super excited about, okay, I'm gonna learn a lot of good things about mathematics, engineering, and so on. But then actually I felt a bit disengaged because, like, as you probably felt the same, like you are more like a number in your university than actually like a person that people, take care of you and so on. I tried to start changing things, and I joined the student representatives somehow with some committees, but I found out I was not going to change anything from there. So I was, let's say, feeling a bit sad when I found these guys from BEST, which they do like a lot of competition and courses. They also have actually events where they tackle education and they try to like solve or like talk about problems that the whole Europe has in the field of education. And then is when I went to my first BSc or Best in Post in Education in Krakow, where I met Moita. And it was like basically I kind of fell in love with the organization, not only because they were like tackling something that I think it was really, really important, but also about the environment. Like in the end, it's just a course like 10 days with a lot of people from each of the countries, and you learned a lot with them. It was super interesting. Then someone told me there, okay, actually, we are going to do the same event, but it's going to be in our own university, and we're going to tackle the problems of the university, of my University of Madrid. And this is when it got super interesting. I loved the project. I joined the LBG, and I became a member of the LBG Madrid Tercero. And then I started, actually, I got like elected to what we call investment organizer. And it was a super interesting journey when I could like talk to professors, talk to students, and actually deliver some of the outcomes to the management of the university. So it was a very empowering cycle, because in just like, let's say 6 months, I passed from thinking that I would not be able to make any change to actually do something that could actually change the university. And from then on, I just started getting into international field. I got to know the educational involvement department, started to get more projects in there. And here I am, like recently, like people voted for me to be the next deputy coordinator, which is super exciting. Because as everyone, like all my colleagues said, we actually can make an impact, and we will strive for that.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how you kind of all know each other and you're united in this one mission. Also, the thing that Daniel said about empowering yourself and others, that will for sure be heard further on in this podcast even more. But now that our listeners kind of know all of you a little bit, I want to ask them a question. So if you're following this podcast from YouTube, then you can answer the following question in a poll that should be in the chat by now. And it's about, have you ever been involved in the betterment of your own or someone else's education? So I want to know, have you ever been involved in educational involvement? So that's the question that I will want to ask to all of our listeners today. If you're listening afterwards, unfortunately, we won't be able to take your poll answer into account, but we will first hear some more of the next question that I have for our guests, and then we will return back to your answers. Okay. So I hope it's not too laggy, because with me it's lagging a little bit at the moment.
It's all good.
Okay. So the next question I want to ask to our guests is, you all explained your path of how you became coordinator, or what was happening around you at the time. But can you tell us the impact that this path had on your life and on the life of those around you? Because it's not only about you, it's about all the others that you are in dialogue with. So I'm very curious to hear some inspirational stories of what you did and what it can mean for our listeners. So feel free to answer. You don't have to follow the same order anymore. We can just go one by one. So Moita, do you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, like when we talk about educational involvement in BEST, there are mainly two things that we are focused on. One is increasing, actually, let's start with the other one. It's to gather students' input about educational matters, and then try to share this opinion to relevant stakeholders like universities, international organizations, and so on. And the second part is to increase students' awareness and involvement in educational matters. And this part is a very important one for me. The making students think of these topics, making students give their opinion and waste time, let's say, to do something to improve their education is a super valuable thing. And sometimes we think that no one cares about our opinion as individuals, but there are a lot of people that do. And if people are aware that they have this power and that they can change things, it's super empowering. A very interesting story that I felt very happy about. A particular one is that when I met Dani, he was interested in these topics, and we were discussing a lot of specific topics of education. But I think that in that event, he understood that he could actually have an impact, as he already said. And then seeing some months after, seeing the outcomes and some recordings from his local event on education, made me feel really happy to see that just by making other students worry about these things and taking action, we can have an impact in places that we never thought we would reach otherwise. So yeah, that's my inspiring story, let's say.
Nice. Maybe we can now hear the other story first from Dani's side, because we just heard like one side of the story. I really want to hear the other side as well. So how was your experience of that?
Yeah, definitely. I think Moita like totally very like beautiful words. Thank you, Moita. I also have a lot of appreciation for you. Actually, I met Moita like in 3 PSCs. The first was Krakow, and then we changed, let's say, the roles. And during this summer, both in Skopje, and also met him in Aveiro. I was like facilitator while he was some sort of participant, and it was really interesting because like in only 1 year happened, and actually many things changed from that on. And definitely, for me, that event was a inflection point that I think is said that way, where you can actually understand that if you want and if you have like the right people around you, you can make a change, or at least you can try to do it. But it usually happens for all of us that if we're alone and maybe we don't have a lot of knowledge, it's very easy to feel, okay, there's nothing I could do about this.
Yeah. Cool. I also see that Marta might have a question or a reply to that. I'm sure she has some wonderful insights as well and great stories to share from a little more backward.
Yeah, I mean, I have one cool story. At least for me, it was very impactful. It was like this confirmation that what we do is actually mattering, and that what we do is actually helping not only students, but the professors and the universities to actually also make a change. I was at a conference, an international conference. I think it was not in Portugal, it was somewhere else. But the rector of the university, of my university from Porto, was also there. And after some 2 days of sessions, he looks at me and says, you know, Marta, if there would be more bests in the world, the education in Europe would be way better. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for what BEST does. And I was like, oh my God, the rector of my university is actually acknowledging that BEST is important. And yeah, I mean, you do feel like you can actually make a change. Of course, as Dani said, when you're alone, you don't feel this. But when you are in a group of people motivated enough that can share their knowledge and actually works for it, then you can totally make a change.
Nice. Dragana, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I would connect to what Marita was saying about the engagement and engagement of students. And I would say that that was the most important aspect for me as well, because it was kind of like surpassing this hierarchy of saying like, okay, we're just the students, we're the passive kind of acceptors of this educational procedures that are created by professors, but rather we can have an opinion and say, okay, we think that something can be better, and we can take an action to make a subject, a program, or a whole process improved. And what was very surprising, and I was very happy to find it when starting to be internationally involved in EduID, was that professors in conferences were actually open to hear the students' opinion. And there were professors that actually cared and were enthusiastic to kind of initiate changes in education.
Okay, cool. Moita has something direct to apply.
Yes, just to add to that, one personal experience that I had also in a conference, that some professor said, yeah, sometimes we find ourselves in these conferences just talking between professors, like what the students think about this and why don't we just bring the students here? And that's a very important thing, like bringing the students to the discussion and trying to understand their points of view. Of course, education is not supposed to be as only as students want, but that could be a bit end up in just, I don't know, parties and not learning about learning, I don't know. But yeah, it's important to hear all the points of view and bring all the stakeholders to the discussion.
Yeah, I really think that this educational involvement, it should be a dialogue, and I feel that João has probably more to add to that.
Which João? Me.
Yeah, you. I will refer to the other one as Moita.
As Moita, all right. So just to add to what João was saying. So in my time in BEST, during my time as coordinator and also afterwards, we attended a lot of conferences. And even when we weren't on the stage presenting something, I always made a point of standing up and asking a question. And it was fascinating to see that when you do that, then the audience listens, because you're usually the only student, or you're only the few students there. Everyone is from different organizations and a lot of professors, obviously. But when you raise your voice, when you raise your hand to ask a question, they actually were engaged and trying to listen to what the students had to say and what the students had to ask. And that was also a very good way for us to then next year to get invited onto the panel. So, you first start by asking questions, and then next year they invite you to the panel, and then next year you start giving out, more direct opinions. So it was very good to see that happening back then. So clearly, don't lose faith in the fact that your voices are heard and that you can have an impact on shaping the future of education. On the other hand, there was also a very famous joke that we would tell around in some of the educational conferences, which is, to change an institution is very hard. It's a little bit like shifting a graveyard. You shouldn't count with a lot of help from the inside. It usually needs to be someone from the outside pushing for that, and that was kind of like the role that students had. But Fleur, just to answer your question on the impact that BEST had on my life for being the coordinating the educational involvement, I think it's kind of hard to it's a bit of a understatement, but BEST really did change my life, because I'm living in Estonia for the past 13 years, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for BEST. BEST opened up Europe to me and made me feel like Europe was my sort of home country, in a way that back then traveling was already available, but it wasn't so much of a thing. And now I feel comfortable being where I am, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for BEST. The other good thing was that being the coordinator of the educational side also gave me the first, some of the first taste of this sort of leadership position, working in a virtual environment, which are things that I still use to this day. The tools that the training involvement, the training committee had back then, I use the same materials on some of the stuff that I do now. What we're using now to coordinate this, the finger rules. In some of the events that I organize some hackathons. Randomly I met some person who was using finger rules. She had Post-its with finger rules on it, and I was like, "Who are you? Where do you come from? How do you know these rules?" And she wasn't from BEST, but she was also using it based on the training material. So there's a lot of stuff that you learn in BEST that I guarantee you will use throughout your career, and that really just tells you the power of the student organization that we have built, and the testament to the future generations that are going through it. Yeah.
Nice. Wow. I'm really just awed by all your experiences. I can relate to a lot as well. I can and I really feel inspired and I want to stand up in that crowd and raise my finger and say like, hey, no, I don't agree with that, or yes, I agree, please do it more, something like that. I really think that that's very powerful. And as I've seen from our listeners, we have 16 responses, so thank you all for responding to the poll. And I see that 88% of you that are listening now at the moment, they actually were involved already in some kind of educational matters that helped shape their education. So really good that you're all doing that, and keep on doing it. Maybe one day you will inspire some other people without you knowing it. So that's really interesting. And this actually all leads me to another question to my guests, and that is, what is your vision actually on educational involvement in general, and how can our listeners really contribute? We already touched it briefly, like saying you can just stand up in a crowd when you're attending a conference and raise your question. But maybe there are other small things that they can do. What should our listeners pay attention to regarding to the future? So yeah, just let the question sink in, and I will take fingers as João also already said that we're doing here. So yeah, I'm not sure which one is latest. I think Dragana is first, or was it from before? Or...
Yeah, it was from before. I went to two. But I think Moita wants to start maybe this one.
Okay, yeah. Then we start with Moita again.
Yeah, I didn't want to be the first one again, but well, here I am. So yeah, what I was going to say, one of the most important ways in which our listeners can engage and every student can engage is by not ignoring what is going on. So a lot of times you see a survey or an event or a conference that is about some topic of education, and you see like, oh, interesting, and just move on with your life. Engage and do things, reply to surveys, send your questions. There are like these international initiatives today. For example, we heard about the UNESCO Futures of Education. They are open to listening to people. You can just go there and leave your opinions, and these opinions will be taken into account. Of course, it's not just like they are only listening to you. They are listening to a lot of people. But by doing that, by engaging and by participating in these activities, you can also take a part in this. And then by the thing that I was mentioning before, that our goal as educational involvement in particular, is also to increase the students' awareness. So you can also increase other people's engagement and awareness about these topics. So yeah.
Nice. Marta, you had like a reply to this?
Yeah, I just want to say it again, that the European Commission really has a lot of active surveys and polls for the whole population, so all the citizens can actually answer with their own opinions, not only about education, but other things. And also usually there's a lot of citizen debates on different topics. So if you are a little bit motivated to actually do something about it, you can go to these debates, you can go to, or you can fill on these surveys. So also the best surveys, if you find some in your local university, you can also do it. Or if you have your best group in your university, you can also just go there and say, hey, I have this idea, maybe we should contact some students or the professors, and then you can do your own event where you gather your students' opinions. So yeah, just go for it. If you are motivated and if you feel something can be improved, then you can totally go for it. You will have people that will help you.
Talking about surveys, we will launch one right now already. Normally it was for after this question, but you're already hyping the listeners so much for filling in surveys that I cannot ignore this. So if you go onto the YouTube live stream, you will find the link shortly to a form, which we will probably not now, but in the future, we will assess it and we will send you back the results so that you can also see that. It's about how your university has adapted to the COVID-19 situation and how you felt as a student with those changes. So make sure to check it out and fill it in. And then I think that Dragana also had something to add to the question, what's your vision for educational involvement and how can our listeners contribute?
Yeah, I just wanted to reflect a bit because what brought things that brought to me new knowledge and best was when I started exploring different countries and meeting people from different countries, and then only came the realizations of, okay, what is maybe wrong in my educational system and what can be better, in a sense that, okay, I see like in Portugal, if they're applying something differently, or in Germany, and then maybe I can take this initiative back to my professors. So I think that's kind of like extending of our borders, extending of our knowledge really contributed not only to me, but for example, what I would do when I was teaching bachelor students in the first year in a subject, or the conversations that I would have with professors. So kind of this reflects my idea that change can come from the smallest initiatives and just by engaging with the professors that are actually teaching you, because sometimes themselves, they might not be realizing how something can be better and something can be different.
Nice. I really like that you say that it can all start from the small things. I also firmly believe that. And maybe Joao has to add something.
Yeah, so you know, my perspective may be slightly different because, you know, I've been away from BEST for a while and a little bit less connected with students nowadays, but I don't know, you know, if the audience is very much student centric, then it might be a bit different. But what I would like to add is the fact that you know, even if you are beyond your studies, you can still shape education. If you're a recent graduate and you know how it was like for you, you can shape education. So a lot of the things that I do now have to do with entrepreneurship and, you know, startups and people starting their own companies. And we've seen in the recent pandemic the need for new tools, the need for new ways of teaching. And I think this is an open space for a lot of innovation to happen when it comes to shaping education. You know, the role of universities is also changing constantly. And I think this crisis is yet another, you know, challenge to the role of universities, if they're just there to stamp out diplomas or whether they're there to transfer knowledge, and how that happens nowadays. So I think there's a lot of role for people to play in shaping their education through starting their own companies that have to do with educational involvement. There is a lot of money that is going out there to fund startups to deal with tackling issues related with education. So this is my invitation to the audience also to think about it, not just in shaping your education, but, you know, starting a company that would shape education for others. Yeah.
Okay, Dragana still has something to add here.
Yeah, I very much agree with this. And just one argument that was usually said by both students and professors is that changes in education are very, very slow. But now with this situation, we see that actually that is not true, and that they can accommodate, for both professors and institutions can accommodate very well to a fast changing situation.
Nice. So then related to this, I will go to a next question. We will hear more about the COVID-19 situation. I actually want to ask you another question related to that. How do you think that BEST can redirect this crisis, let's say, into a vision for the future? It's a bit of a difficult question. It's normally I was going to end with this one, but since you already brought the crisis up, so I want to know, how do you feel COVID affected educational involvement in BEST, and how do you think that BEST actually can redirect this crisis into a vision more for the future? And just a reminder to our listeners, fill in the survey. Okay, cool. And then I will take new fingers. Yeah, Joao. Oh, wait, you're muted still.
Sorry about that. So I think the crisis has definitely pushed a lot of old farts in education to realize that things can happen faster than they realize, right? A lot of adoption of new technologies was forced down on old companies and old institutions way quicker than they realized could be done. So that's definitely an opportunity. So what can BEST do there, and what role can BEST have? So on the one hand, I think besties, as we call them, are in a very good position to tackle the marketplace once they come out of this crisis, because they working virtually is not new to us. All the working methods, international teams, working online, different time zones, managing projects online. This is not new to us. It wasn't new when I started, and it's definitely not new now. So we're in a very good position to tackle that once we get to the marketplace. The other thing that I want to say is that, maybe just to be a little bit critical of BEST, as alumni need to be sometimes. Sure. I think BEST probably missed out a little bit on the wave of entrepreneurship that was sweeping through Europe, and I think the concept that we had for competitions could have been modeled very quickly into startup fairs or startup competition fairs, and I think we might have missed that. It's not too late, because I think COVID gives us a good opportunity to jump back into that. And I think this is also where, if you look at the outcomes of the crisis, student unemployment has been a thing, and I think it's going to continue to be a thing. So empowering students with skills that are relevant is very, very important. Giving them the tools to then start their own businesses and then employ others, I think is going to be crucial. How much is that connected with educational involvement? I think it's absolutely crucial that we teach students about those things that go beyond the hard skills and are more connected with the soft skills needed to start your own business. So this is kind of like my message to BEST, to focus energy on continuing to prepare students to come out of this crisis.
Yeah, that's really a strong message. And I think I strongly believe we should go to the next coordinator in line and see his vision about all the information he got at the moment, how will he transfer it to lead this cool department inside of BEST that's able to innovate in educational involvement. So Daniel, up to you.
All right, so definitely I agree with, everything you have said before, and actually Jo has a very interesting point. We need to prepare students, maybe not in the field of education involvement, but in this complementary education. We need to prepare students, because in the end, they will need a lot of skills that right now in the university they are not being taught. But coming back to education involvement, I think we have now a very good position. I mean, we have seen now that because of the crisis, all the universities have moved to this online learning, online assessment, in a matter of weeks. They said it was not possible, and now they had to do it because they didn't have any other option. The thing here is we have, let's say, a little advantage. We are born with, let's say, phones. We know internet. We know it's in everyday life, as opposed to maybe our oldest professors. But they need to change. And if they need to change to a model that is digital, they will need our input, because we are the ones that we have it every day, and we, let's say, are some sort of used to that. So I think that could be a good opportunity for students, for young people, but especially for BEST, to try to fill that gap and be there when professors, universities are thinking how to change education and actually how to put a model that works, not just improvising, but actually put in something that works. We should be there to give input and makes the voice of students be heard.
Nice. With that powerful message, I will conclude this podcast. We're now at 45 minutes exact. So let me wrap up this great podcast by telling you, all listeners, I really want you to reflect how can you be the change? How can you make sure that you're changing your education? How can you help your professors, help your universities to overcome this crisis, help BEST overcome this crisis, and just think about it, how you can do it, fill in the survey. You can state your vision there as well. And to end, I would like to thank all my guests here, because it was really a very, very enjoyable session and I learned so much. I wish I could keep you talking for hours and hours, because it's so inspirational, but we sadly have to wrap up now. And I would suggest that we all wave goodbye to our listeners. So bye. And I think that some technical person can end this.
Thank you, Fleur.